lulusan berjiwa bela negara, serta menguasai keahlian dan kompetensi sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Berbagai kebijakan dilakukan untuk mencapai tujuan sesuai dengan rencana strategis Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Sedikitnya ada 6 pilar prioritas kebijakan untuk mendukung rencana strategis tahun 2020 sampai 2024. Di antaranya adalah prioritas pada peningkatan kualitas pembelajaran dan kualitas mahasiswa serta lulusan. Prioritas selanjutnya tertuju pada peningkatan kualitas dan kuantitas penelitian di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis yang inovatif dan bermanfaat bagi masyarakat. Artinya, penelitian mahasiswa dan sivitas akademika dapat dimanfaatkan bagi masyarakat luas sebagai wujud jiwa bela negara. FEB juga memberikan prioritas pada intensitas dan jangkauan kegiatan pengabdian masyarakat untuk pembangunan Indonesia. Pilar ini menekankan pada pentingnya kehadiran FEB sebagai solusi untuk memecahkan permasalahan real di tengah masyarakat sebagai wujud jiwa bela negara yang harus dikembangkan dalam setiap sivitas akademika Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis UPN Veteran Jakarta. Selain itu, FEB juga terus melakukan penguatan intensitas dan jangkauan kolaborasi dan kerjasama nasional dan internasional dalam rangka menciptakan sinergi menghadapi perubahan global.
Terkait lulusan, FEB melakukan langkah-langkah seperti yang pertama, mengawal daya saing dengan memperhatikan IPK lulusan, yaitu minimal 3, dengan melakukan treatment, memberikan project dan assessment tambahan untuk mahasiswa sehingga membuka kesempatan bagi mereka untuk bersaing mendapatkan pekerjaan. Yang kedua, semua program studi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis yaitu D3, S1, dan S2 adalah plus. Plusnya apa? Yaitu D3+, S1+, dan S2+. Plus di sini adalah mahasiswa lulus dengan membawa ijazah dan sertifikasi kompetensi serta penguasaan soft skill 4.0. Ini penting untuk memperkuat daya saing lulusan kita baik di nasional maupun di tingkat internasional. Kemudian yang ketiga, meningkatkan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak, seperti menghadirkan pengalaman industri atau pengalaman kerja kepada semua mahasiswa, sehingga tidak hanya mendapatkan teori saja, namun wawasan praktik, link and match dengan dunia industri dan dunia usaha melalui magang, kuliah praktisi, peningkatan kualitas praktikum dan laboratorium. Langkah-langkah ini dilakukan untuk meningkatkan minat lulusan baru untuk berkuliah di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis UPN Veteran Jakarta.
Untuk meningkatkan mutu pendidikan, FEB melakukan berbagai langkah. Salah satunya adalah melakukan rekonsiliasi dan penyamaan persepsi dengan manajemen dan tim penjamin mutu. Upaya mengawal mutu fakultas tersebut adalah untuk mewujudkan satu rasa, satu visi, dan satu tujuan. Dengan itu, FEB UPN Veteran Jakarta mampu menjadi salah satu kampus yang mewarnai dunia kependidikan di Indonesia.
Nah, untuk pendidikan di sini terkait dengan academic staff dan supporting staff, di mana academic staff kami bahwa 60% academic staff kami adalah jenjang pendidikan S3, doktor sesuai dengan bidang ilmu yang ada di program studi kami. Kemudian untuk supporting staff di sini memang terbagi menjadi tenaga honorer dan tetap, di mana untuk yang tetap maupun honorer kami improve untuk menempuh kegiatan profesi, sertifikasi profesionalnya. Demikian juga untuk akademik staff kami, selain pendidikan S3 yang kami orientasikan juga memiliki rekognisi nasional dan internasional serta memiliki kompetensi profesional dalam bentuk sertifikasi. Itu dari sisi pendidikan, academic staff, dan supporting staff kami. Untuk penelitian, bahwa dalam proses penelitian selain melibatkan mahasiswa, juga outputnya adalah tidak hanya jurnal, publikasi internasional terindeks, namun outcome-nya juga mampu hasil penelitian itu dirasakan oleh mahasiswa. Maksudnya di sini adalah hasil penelitian itu bisa menjadi bahan ajar, kemudian bisa menjadi book chapter yang dapat bermanfaat bagi pengembangan ilmu masing-masing dosen tersebut. Untuk memenuhi kepuasan stakeholders, kami Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis menjamin bahwa lulusan kami yang kami hasilkan selama proses pendidikan di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis adalah lulusan yang berkualitas. Lulusan tersebut, lulusan yang berkualitas tentunya dengan standar tata kelola dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis yang berorientasi pada akreditasi tingkat nasional dan akreditasi tingkat internasional, di mana untuk akreditasi internasional salah satu program studi kami yaitu S1 akuntansi jenjang pendidikan sarjana sudah memperoleh akreditasi ICCA dalam kurikulum di program studi akuntansi jenjang pendidikan sarjana. Dan 2020 sampai 2024 ini FEB UPN Veteran Jakarta berorientasi untuk meraih member dari AACSB, di mana akreditasi untuk internasional level Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis.
Berdiri sejak 27 Februari 1993, FEB kini menjadi salah satu fakultas yang mampu menarik minat tertinggi mahasiswa baru di UPN Veteran Jakarta. Saat ini, FEB mempunyai 7 program studi. 2 program studi dengan jenjang Diploma 3, yaitu Prodi Keuangan Perbankan dan Prodi Akuntansi. Untuk jenjang strata 1 adalah Prodi Akuntansi, Manajemen, Ilmu Ekonomi Pembangunan, dan Prodi Ekonomi Syariah. Sementara program S2 untuk program studi Magister Manajemen. Khusus program sarjana jurusan Manajemen dan Akuntansi berakreditasi A, sementara sisanya berakreditasi B. Untuk menunjang prestasi menulis ilmiah mahasiswa, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis mempunyai 2 jurnal ilmiah yang bisa diisi oleh mahasiswa. Jurnal Equity Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Jurnal Ekonomi Syariah, serta Jurnal Manajemen Ilmu Ekonomi dan Bisnis.
Untuk sarana, ini apalagi menghadapi COVID-19 ini, Fakultas Ekonomi akan mengembangkan lab, khususnya adalah pengadaan software-software yang berbasis web, sehingga praktikum atau laboratorium yang dilakukan mahasiswa dengan pembelajaran jarak jauh ini bisa tetap dilaksanakan sebagaimana kalau mahasiswa itu masuk lab pada offline. Nah, ini software-software sedang disiapkan untuk menghadapi tahun akademik 2020-2021.
Berbagai prestasi juga telah diraih oleh pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan di FEB UPN Veteran Jakarta. Para pendidik di FEB telah melahirkan jurnal dan karya ilmiah nasional bereputasi terindeks Sinta dan jurnal internasional bereputasi terindeks Scopus.
Banyak hal yang telah dilakukan oleh FEB untuk meningkatkan program pengabdian kepada masyarakat, untuk mendukung pembangunan masyarakat menjadi lebih baik. Jadi mulai dari regulasi pelaksanaan PKM dosen adalah hasil riset yang sesuai dengan roadmap penelitian dosen, sehingga program PKM adalah langkah konkret terhadap solusi problem yang ada di masyarakat berdasarkan hasil riset. Program pengabdian kepada masyarakat dosen wajib melibatkan mahasiswa karena mahasiswa dapat belajar pada kondisi empirik permasalahan-permasalahan yang ada di masyarakat sehingga bisa meningkatkan atau menambah kompetensi baik hard skill maupun soft skill mahasiswa. Lalu selain itu penerapan kurikulum merdeka yang memberi kebebasan kepada mahasiswa untuk memilih kuliah di luar kampus ya, dengan selama 1 semester yang bentuknya adalah bisa berupa proyek desa, kemudian proyek kemanusiaan maupun mengajar di sekolah. Selain itu juga bisa melakukan kewirausahaan. Nah, itu adalah salah satu bentuk konkret dari wujud program pengabdian masyarakat yang dilakukan oleh mahasiswa.
Berbagai dukungan yang diberikan kampus mampu dijawab para mahasiswa dengan menghadirkan berbagai prestasi terbaik di tingkat regional, nasional, hingga tingkat internasional. Apa yang diraih mahasiswa tentu menjadi bagian dari perwujudan visi FEB. menjadi fakultas ekonomi dan bisnis yang unggul, berkualitas internasional, inovatif, berdaya saing, dan beridentitas bela negara untuk pembangunan masyarakat Indonesia.
Kesatuan Negara Republik Indonesia, Undang-Undang Dasar 45, Pancasila Dasar Negara, seluruh rakyat wajib bela negara, som-som hari besok, makmur sejahtera.
Assalamualaikum. Poin tan bulan, lun mubri salam, keware lingkah, kejame teka, karena salam, Nabi ken sunnah, jalan tamu mat, syarat mulia. Ce. Allah bungang lenyakan bungang kendah, bungang mangat besi bungang jempa, bungang lenyakan bungang kendah, bungang mangat besi bungang jempa, bungang hai cina bungang kena damang meja pariksa, bungang hai cina bungang kena damang meja pariksa, bungang lenyakan bungang kendah, bungang mangat besi bungang jempa, bungang lenyakan bungang kendah, bungang mangat besi bungang Allah. Hoka hoka adilun hoka, budi sinan wahi adinda. Hoka hoka adilun hoka, budi sinan rakan bohati. Amin Allah summa amin. Allah berkaramat, Allah yang binangga, asma sejahtera.
Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly check the rules of Jesica 2021 and hopefully for all participants can comply with the rules. Once again, for all participants, please kindly check the rules of Jesica 2021 and hopefully for all participants can comply with the rules. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our event is about to begin. Please turn on your camera and turn off your microphone. And before the event begins, here's the video teaser about our event. Happy watching.
It's globally admitted that economic sustainability plays important role in the worldwide social and economic from the US in the west to Europe in the east. And from Robben Island in the South Africa to Cape Kabloon in Greenland in the north. It is not too much if we think that our future depends on the sustainability of sustainable economy. From machine to big data, from growth to distribution, from natural resources to finance, from social to economic, and from health to education. Economic sustainability refers to best practice that support the long-term economic development of a nation that includes growth and better living standards. It includes protecting environmental, social, and cultural elements. Today, economic sustainability is a goal that very few organizations achieve despite a fairly universal understanding of what types of business practice. For example, burning of fossil fuels, creating food waste, leveraging harmful manufacturing methods, and of course contribute to climate change. The COVID-19 pandemic and other current economic transformation have affected the pace of economic change in the whole world, and it has impacted the global economic crisis. In order to maintain the sustainability of the economic system with the current economic situation and challenges, new explanation is urgently needed in creating scientific methodologies, economic analysis, and government policy. Economic and Business Faculty from Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta proudly present the first Jakarta Economic Sustainability International Conference Agenda. International Conference and Call of Papers. The theme that we will discuss of this agenda is the pandemic of COVID-19 and the Great Transformation. The annual conference is to promote and update work and economic sustainability and current economic challenges, and also to increase the awareness of the possibility of different approaches in economic and its methodology. So guys, please welcome the first Jakarta Economic Sustainability International Conference Agenda.
Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and greetings of virtue. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We proudly present the first Jesica, Jakarta Economic Sustainability International Conference Agenda. It is a wonderful and precious chance for me, Cheryl Angelica, to be your master of ceremony in this beautiful afternoon on Thursday, 2nd of December 2021, in our big event, Jessica. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next few days, this meeting will provide you plenty of opportunities to discuss, share knowledge, and insights. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. Secondly, praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the lightness. In this beautiful moment, I would like to welcome Professor Robert Boaye, Professor Jomo K.S., Professor Tulus Tambunan, who will be the speakers at our event today, and the Honorable Dr. Erna Hernawati, AKC PMS CACGOP, as Director of UPN Veteran Jakarta, the Honorable Dr. Dian Wicaksi Arif Tiara, SEAK MAK CA CSRS, as the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, UPN Veteran Jakarta, and the Honorable Mr. Fahru Novrian, PhD, as the Chairman of Jesica, and respectable Call of Papers participants, young researchers participants, and all participants of this event. And this event can also be held with the participation of our sponsors. There are BSMR and BRI Bank. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this event by singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and our university anthem, Bela Negara. To all of the audience, please sitting in a perfect stance. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, step on to the following agenda is dua recitation, and we will be led by our lecturer, Mr. Adenurahim, SHIMEI. So, Mr. Adenurahim, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In the beginning of this webinar, let us bow our heads and pray our God, expecting His guidance, hopefully that this event will run smoothly. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan na'im, hamdan syakirin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azim sultanik. All praises are due to Allah, the Lord of the world, the great Rabb. Dear Allah, may your blessing and favor to be Muhammad as well as his family, his noble companions, and all his followers. Ya Aziz, Ya Ghaffar, glory to our Lord. Verily, we have been doing wrong. Rabbana inna kunna zalimin. Ya Allah, you are most merciful and forgiving. Please forgive us for all our sins we made. Ya Fattah, Ya Alim. We pray that you would deepen our comprehension, broaden our thinking, and transform our understanding of what we are about to study. Allahumma anfa'na bima 'allamtana wa 'allimna ma yanfa'una warzuqna 'ilman tanfa'una fid din wad dunya wal akhirah. Dear Allah, show us the truth as true and give us the ability to follow it, and show us the falsehood as false and gives us the ability to refrain from it. Ya Qawi, Ya Mateen, may you bestow your blessings after this webinar so that we may go out and spread what we learned. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Adenurahim, for leading the dua recitation today. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make this event beneficial for all of us and this event can run smoothly. The next agenda is welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I immediately invite Dr. Dian Wicaksih Arif Tiara, SEAK MAK CA CSRS, as the Dean Faculty of Economics and Business UPN Veteran Jakarta. To Mrs. Dian Wicaksih, time is yours.
Okay, Serial, thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Our gratitude and Alhamdulillah for the blessing of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Good evening and warm greetings from Jakarta, the capital city of Indonesia. My greetings to Ibu Rektor UPN Veteran Jakarta, and all university and faculty board member, all management team of Faculty of Economics and Business, to all distinguished speakers, moderators, guests, presenters, co-hosts, partners, and participants of the conference. My greetings also and welcome to Professor Robert Boaye from France, and Professor Jomo from Malaysia, and Professor Tulus Tambunan from Indonesia. Ibu Rektor, ladies and gentlemen, today FEB UPN Veteran Jakarta proudly present the first Jesica. Jesica is Jakarta Economic Sustainability International Conference agenda. I will share the background of the first Jesica. As we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has triggered a global crisis in which the world economy is under pressure, not only in Indonesia, but also in global. On the other hand, the pandemic also encouraged very fast changes and require us to be more creative and adaptive. It is actually not a crisis, but it is the response to the crisis that will determine our life for years to come. Thus, we must be able to understand the changes and prepare for them. Many positive and interesting impacts have occurred to date that trigger optimism. Because what is happening now may be the beginning of a major transformation. And in accordance with vision of Faculty of Economic and Business UPN Jakarta, which is to become an excellent Faculty of Economic and Business of international quality, innovative, competitive, with the identity of bela negara or nationalism for the development of Indonesian people. Also related to one of our mission, yeah, it is the development of corporation in the economic field at the national and international level to deal with the development of technology and information, and also in order to foster critical scientific attitude of students. So we are considered to present Jessica for economists, business, researchers, and academicians, not only in Indonesia, but also in global. So ladies and gentlemen, in this event, we also have call for paper, and we are proudly to announce that 141 papers are accepted from 7 countries, China, France, Tunisia, Italy, Ghana, Netherlands, and of course from Indonesia. From Indonesia, the papers are from various well-known universities. Ladies and gentlemen, the first Jessica is supported by sponsor, media partner, university partner. This event will occur for 3 days with 8 speakers. Today we will have 3 speakers. Tomorrow and the next 2 days we also have 5 prominent speakers. We have Professor Jayati, Professor Oliver, Professor Oscar, Dr. Fadil, and me myself. So I invite you all to join us until the event ends. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please enjoy the conference. I hope the conference will bring a lot of benefit for all of us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. Back to you, MC.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much to our Dean, Dr. Dian Wicaksi, Arif Tiara, SEAK, MAK, CA, CSRS for the welcoming remarks. Let's keep on to the next agenda. I immediately invite Director of UPN Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Erna Hernawati, AK, CPME, CA, CGOP. Erna Hernawati, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, distinguished speaker, guests, presenters, co-hosts, partners, and participants of the conference. I welcome Professor Robert Boye from France, Professor Jomo Kwame Sundaram from Malaysia, and Professor Tulus Tambunan from Indonesia. And tomorrow we will also have Professor Jayati Ghosh from the United States, Professor Oliver from France, and Dr. Dian Wicaksi Arif Tiara from Indonesia. On day 3, we will have Professor Oscar from Mexico and Dr. Fadil Hasan from Indonesia. My best salutation to University Board and Council from Vice Rector, Head of Unit, Dean of Faculty, Head of Department, to Head and of Study Program. I'm very pleased to be here today for the opening of this first international conference named Jesica, nice name, Jakarta Economic Sustainability International Conference Agenda, held by the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. The decision to realize this conference was made last August when the pandemic of COVID-19 has shocked the world. And in my view, there is no better moment to make this conference happen to discuss and understand changes that has transformed our way of life for now and also in the future. The university has always paid specific attention to social and economic issues from growth rate to poverty and unemployment, and from industrialization to new economic attractiveness that have shaped the practice of economic work such as big data, environment, human trafficking, migration, and peace. The pandemic of COVID-19 has raised the issue of health that is long abandoned despite of its importance. Now, it brings back the business that health is in fact the major contribution of economy, working industries show ensuring a good health organization and its interaction with economic inevitable. The pandemic has given us lesson that sustainability of economic is primarily determined by the health. So if good health organization is not guaranteed, then it is impossible for economic to sustain. Therefore, this conference considers that sustainability should always be discussed, including its challenges and how to keep it perform in the long term. In this part, university plays major role to contribute to various analyses that enable the realization of the sustainability in the development, economy, and business transformation. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the conference. Please enjoy. Greetings from the university and look forward to from you soon in Jakarta, Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to the Rector of UPN Veteran Jakarta for the remarks and for the opening speech of the Jesica. And now we will hold a photo session with our speakers, the Rector, the Dean, and also our participation today. Okay, get ready and I will count down this photo session. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the webinar agenda, and this presentation will be delivered by Professor Robert Buaye, Professor Jomo KS, and Professor Tulus Tambunan. And also this agenda will be guided by our moderator, Dr. Miguna SSI MM CPM, and our co-moderator, Mr. Fahru Novrian PhD. Okay, first of all, I want to say hi to our moderator and co-moderator. Hello, Mrs. Miguna and Mr. Fahru.
Hi, Miss Ariel. How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you, Miss?
I'm quite awesome today. Feeling awesome, I mean.
Okay, first of all, allow me to introduce you to our participants today. Okay. The first is Dr. Miguna SSI MM CPM. She is a lecturer of Faculty Economic and Business UPN Veteran Jakarta and graduated from Mark Plus Institute. Okay, and now our co-moderator, Mr. Fahru Novrian PhD. He is the head of Economics Department and graduate from Sorbonne University. Okay, that's all the introduction about our moderator. And now to Dr. Miguna SSIMM CPM, time is yours.
Okay, good days, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Miss Ariel, for the introduction. And again, I would like to welcome all of the participants of our first Jakarta Economic Sustainability International Conference agenda. It is a great privilege for me to be able to share the same platform with our esteemed speakers for today's international seminar. Please allow me to greet our speakers for today. Professor Boye from France. Professor Jomo from Malaysia, and Professor Tulus from Indonesia. Okay, before we begin with the presentation, please allow me to share a little bit about our esteemed speakers. Okay, here's a little bit about our first speaker, Professor Robert Boye from Institut des Amériques. Professor Robert Boye Recent and current position include position as associate researchers at the Institute of the Americas since January 2012 and member of its scientific committee since January 2016. He is also a fellow at Max Planck Institute and at Wissenschaftskolleg zu Berlin, as well as a visiting professor in several universities throughout the world. He also received many academic distinctions. Among them are Dr. Honoris Causa from Universidad Nacional Major of San Marcos in Lima, Peru, and from University of Buenos Aires. He holds Silver Medal of CNRS, visiting professor at International Center for Business and Politics, Copenhagen, at Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico, and at Yokohama National University, the Faculty of Economics. He has outstanding researches with his main research field that include regulation theory and analysis of the transformation of capitalism, Asian and Latin American capitalism, European and other regional integration, financial crises, history of economic theories, innovation and growth analysis, institutional and historical macroeconomics, labor markets and wage labor nexus, and variety of capitalism and international comparisons. Greeting to you, Professor Boye.
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly, Professor. Okay. Before we start with the presentation, I would like to also read a little bit about our other speaker for today's session, Professor Jomo Kwame Sundaram from Academy of Science, Malaysia. Prof. Jomo Kwame Sundaram born in Penang. He holds several educational degrees from Penang Free School, Royal Military College, Yale, and also Harvard University. Now, Prof. Jomo is a senior advisor at Hazanah Research Institute, visiting fellow at the Initiative for Policy Dialogue, Columbia University, and also a visiting professor at International Islamic University in Malaysia. He has an outstanding working experiences. Several of them are member of Economic Action Council, Assistant Director General and Coordinator for Economic and Social Development, or ADGES, of the United Nations, Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development in the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, G20 Sherpa to UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, as well as member of the Stiglitz Commission of Experts of the President of the United Nations General Assembly on reforms of the international monetary and financial system. He now chairs International Development Economic Associates advisory panels and also on the board of the United Nations Research Institute on Social Development, Geneva. Prof. Jomo also has many publications with high citation number. Among his most cited books are Rents, Rent-Seeking and Economic Development Theory and the Asian Evidence, Tigers in Trouble, Financial Governance, Laborization and Crises in East Asia, Globalization versus Development, Heterodox Perspective, and Southeast Asia's Industrialization. Last but not least, please allow me to also read a little bit about our other speaker, Professor Tulus T.H. Tambunan from Universitas Trisakti, Indonesia. Professor Tulus is Professor of Economic in Universitas Trisakti, Indonesia. Currently, he is also the Director of the Center for Industry, Small and Medium Enterprises and Business Competition Studies in the same university, as well as the initiator and chief editor of the International Journal of Small and Medium Enterprises and Business Sustainability. Prof. Tulus holds a PhD in economics from the Erasmus University in Rotterdam, the Netherlands, and has done many studies on various issues related to micro, small, and medium enterprises, economic crisis, regional trade, and inclusive development. Some of his publications are The Readiness of MSMEs in Facing Asian Economic Community 2015, and Economic Crisis and Vulnerability, The Story from Southeast Asia, Trade Liberalization and SMEs in Asian, published by Nova Science Publisher Incorporated, Global Economic Crisis in Asian Economy, Theory and Empirical Findings, that's published by Lambert Academic Publishing, and SMEs in Asian Development Countries, that's published by Palgrave Macmillan's publisher. Other than that, he's also the editor of new published book in 2019 on development of MSMEs in developing countries, stories from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. We have such awesome speakers today. And already here in front of us, Professor Boye. Before starting our main event, please, I would like to remind all participants to turn off your speaker. And if during the session you have any question, you are welcome to type the question on the chat section of this virtual group. And at the end of the session, there will be question and answer session where our speaker will answer and collaborate on those questions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, this year, nations across the world still feel the impact due to COVID-19. Many countries felt the jolt of this phenomenon in different areas, such as, of course, health and economics. I'm undoubtedly eager to welcome our first presentation themed the pandemic, how health and economy interact. Without further ado, please join me to welcome our speaker, Prof. Robert Boye. Professor, the room is yours.
Thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure and an honor to try to address the issue in the long run. What are the links between health and education? De facto, it was a neglected topic in the sense that we are very really dependent on the paradigm according which we are assessing the present situation. And most of economists have been totally forgetting the question of the sequence of crises, which have been most of the case financial crisis, but now we are facing a very specific crisis. The threat of the pandemic is increasing the risk of the complete stop of the international economy, mobility flows, and economic activity. And I think it is very important to go back to history and so on. And my argument is that we should deliver a correct diagnosis just to be able to understand the present situation. My presentation will follow the following points. First, it is a big mistake to imagine that we are observing again the great meltdown of the great financial crisis of 2008. We have a totally different juncture, and this is very important. The second element is that we should learn from the past history. For most contemporary people living in the rich world, pandemia were a little bit exotic. No, in the long run history, they have been repeating themselves. Everyone can earn a lot of teaching just reviewing this history. The third point, and I think after the search of the new variant of virus, Omicron, last Friday, we realized that now we don't know this virus. So we are facing a very specific configuration element. Why it is so difficult to be a policy maker nowadays? Because they have the difficult task to try to reconcile health, economies, and public liberties. And as you see, it is a very daunting agenda for most of the politicians. And my core argument is that you can interpret the pandemic like an accident. They are not, because they're repeating themselves. But they are bringing into the light of policymakers and citizens the fact that maybe in the long run, we will observe the emergence of a new model. I will call it anthropogenicity, in the sense of this model, education, training, health, and culture are the core of economic dynamism and the welfare of population. Let's start with the first one. What is very important, people tend to equate all the crises. But remember, in the first part of this diagram, you can see that the 2008 crisis was an endogenous crisis in the sense that the speculation has been driving a process of endogenous turning down from the boom to a dramatic recession. By contrast, the first wave of coronavirus has been associated with a kind of containment measure, stopping most of economic activity totally brutally. Therefore, in typical financial crisis, you have a boom and then a slow decline of stock markets, whereas in this system, you have a simultaneous closing down of all the economy, which explains an abrupt fall in the GDP, for instance. So it's not at all a recession. I call this a kind of stopping, halting brutally the economy. And observe at the world level, this the first decline of real GDP was unprecedented in the past decade. And what is more important, qualitatively, let's go to the US. In 29, you have 2 unemployed American workers making a queue in order to get some food because they could not sustain themselves. In March 2020, you have rich Americans with SUV queuing for getting tests for COVID. So you understand clearly on one side, it was an economic crisis. Now it is clearly an healthcare crisis, which has repercussions. And again, history is very important. Here is the flow of GDP annual variation. As you might know, the interwar period was a very specific period with a lot of instability. But observe that the novelty is the abrupt closing down of the economy. So clearly, we are facing a totally different in which the primary factor is healthcare control. Second element, what do we learn when we go and visit facilities? Oh, sorry, I mean, we observe that they have been repeating from the 14th century until now. So they are not at all novelties. And the second result is that if you have a very unequal death tribute, for example, in the Spanish flu, some estimate maybe 100 million people have been killed by the virus, or if you take a small episode of cholera in Europe, you have only 100,000. And third result, the duration might be 2 years or 20 years, which explains that you don't have a typical pandemic. All pandemics are specific. And what is very interesting when you look back to history, you have 4 actors having an interplay, facing this unexpected event. Everybody is panicking. The politicians are trying to reduce the death toll of the population. So they invent containment, they invent legal documents for the people to be allowed to move, and they invent new non-medical therapy to fight against pandemic. Then, on the contrary, the merchants, the economic activity actors are complaining that fighting against the pandemic might hurt economic activity. So you have a permanent fight in history between public authorities in charge of public health and economic actors where they are defending economic prosperity. In between, you have doctors, and doctors do make significant progress. Each pandemic is a challenge to their knowledge. They don't know it, and they learn progressively how to manage it, and they are supposed to be assessor of the political. And last, religion is involved. I was very amazed that some of the contemporary observers of the pandemic was thinking that in a sense it was pandemic was the vengeance of God. So, and what is very important, this configuration is lasting since the very beginning of pandemic. Third result, which is very important, I was amazed using the economic work of colleagues that the pandemic has impact over 40 years. And this impact is very unequal. For example, Germany went through very easily, but it was very detrimental to Spain or to Italy. And again, you see that pandemic do differentiate economic trajectory through time. And this is very important. all the countries have not been evolving similarly, and this is a big question about the stability of the world economy. I will speak on. Let me tell about the third result. Well, most of economic theory is built on risk assessment. For example, life insurance, you can have wonderful model describing the probability of death of people according to gender, age, location, profession, income, dwelling. But what is very specific to the present situation, this diagram was coined for the first wave of the pandemic. And you had three uncertainties. First, nobody knew the transmission mechanism. Nobody were able to find therapy. And third, nobody knew what would be the international diffusion. So in this context, you have to decide some formula. Policymakers have to take decisions knowing that they don't know what they should know, but will know too late when the pandemic is over. And you understand the incredible stress of the policymakers. On the other side, traditionally, markets, financial markets are supposed to deliver an anticipation of the future. But this very simple model is very important. In financial markets, traders are based their trading upon their own knowledge and the knowledge of the market. If you have low risk, low variation, when you have more volatility, you are only observing the spread of the valuation of financial assets. But when you have the huge uncertainty, but you are so uncertain about your own assessment of the value of a bond, that de facto you are coping with the evolution of the stock market. In this case, the financial market are very unable to deliver the fundamental value. They oscillate from black pessimism to naive optimism. It is very important to notice that at the extreme, they go from one extreme to another. And what is very impressive is exactly, remember on Friday, you have been the bad notice that the Omicron was a new uncertain variant, and immediately you have a huge volatility due to the interaction between political decision and the progressive knowledge about the specific characteristic of this virus, and which is very interesting. So the temporality of financial market is now no more the next election or the next international conference. It is what will be the speed of evolution, the gravity, and the tools in order to deal with the Omicron. So clearly, the novelty is that you have a new priority in the agenda of government. What is very important to understand, since the early beginning, you had a duality. For example, if you go to North America, the president of the epoch was making a priority of minimizing the economic cost. You went on the contrary to Europe, the primacy of governments were minimize human losses, because remember the dramatic surge of mortality, for example, in Italy, not dramatic enough. And all the difficulty in the management of pandemic is that permanently you have to make a trade-off between be very harsh on fighting the transmission of the virus, but the correlation to this is that you have bad incentive about the recovery or the ability to continue economic activity. But in contemporary debate, you have it much more difficulty. For example, in Europe, you have rebellion, demonstration of citizens refusing vaccination in the name of citizen freedom. And what is why economic economic and health policy are so difficult because they have to cope with the legitimation and present the dynamism of production. On the contrary, if you go to poor Latin American countries like Peru, preserving health has been, in respect of citizens, has been dramatic for employment of poor people. So what is important, therefore economists cannot have an optimum of the design of economic policy. You have to make dramatic choices, and they differ dramatically from one country to another. And the fourth feature of the present situation, all the points of time before 2020, the financial regime was imposing its impact on economic actors, state, and in the direction of public spending. For example, trying to reduce the cost of healthcare. When you have the threat again of huge death toll by the virus, brutally, the huge priority to prevent excess mortality, and therefore, quite on the contrary, central banks have to adopt very permissive policy in order to try to finance the compensation of economic losses and the investment in fighting the pandemic. You understand how important. So, by a joke, if you ask me what is the main actor in international relations now, it is the virus, which is not a person. And you understand why it's so difficult to govern, because the virus cannot sit down at a conference and negotiate. It is a collective phenomenon. It's not a typical social actor. Then, and it will be the main message of my presentation, maybe we should not confuse a transitory problems with the long-run rise of a new model. A new model in the sense that you have, since 3 or 4 decades, an unnoticed trend, what is to say, spending for health and education tend to grow more quickly than any other spending, especially in the high-tech economy, where the prices, relative prices, are declining. And therefore, what is very impressive is that beneath mass production, beneath high-tech paradigm on information technology, maybe you have the silent price of a model based on education, health, and culture. And I will try to show that the big difficulty is that governments have so many objectives, but this objective is very difficult to fulfill because the governments have to fight against poverty, unemployment, financial instability, and they have no time to try to implement this long-run model, which is very necessary. Here, let us go to the United States, which is still the leading country. Since the 70s, we are observing 3 growth regimes. The first one is the regime of what I've been calling 4Ds, in the sense mass produce and mass consume goods with huge positive increase and standard of living improving constantly. You observe this was the leading factor in the growth. Then many people think that now we are observing a finance-led, in the sense that most of the profit, most of the value added is now in the financial sector or services to business. It is the case, but in between, totally unmonetized. If you add up the share of value added linked to education, healthcare, training, and leisure, you see that this is the leading sector in the US economy. For example, let's remember that, for example, healthcare represents 17% of GDP. So clearly, it is the more dynamic. The dynamism is not only GAFAM, it is mainly the third of the healthcare system and of course the education. Therefore, from an abstract point of view, I've been imagining that most of countries, not only US, but Japan, social democratic countries, and even some developing countries are experiencing a very specific model. First, Everything starts with education system. Imagine you give to mothers ability to understand the illness of their children. They are training in literacy and numeracy. Then if you observe in rich country that the skills are made obsolete by the rapid technical change, then you observe that the extending life expectancy is making the health system very instrumental. You invest the more in education, the more you can reap the returns of education over a longer period. If you add up these three components, then you have a very dynamic population, well-trained, and the well-being of population. You have an active and productive population, open to innovation. You have a dynamism of production of goods. You can finance capacity of public goods, and you can then entertain the model. My favorite example would be the Danish economy, or in a sense, the Japanese economy that are experiencing this model. So you understand that Benny, so I like very much the title of the conference. Yes, my reading should be we are living a great transformation in the sense of Karl Polanyi, in the sense that you had before a very commodity-oriented growth, and now you have a welfare-led dynamics of production. But the big problem is the diversity of political alliance. In the case of US, the rich people get a wonderful access to entrepreneurship model, but observe that the minority and the poor fraction of the population have been severely hurt by the pandemic and by the inequality. Second element, this model is very prosperous in Scandinavian countries. Go to Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland. This model is highly present because public health and public education are the cornerback of the political compromise of this economy. But in other economies, like in continental Europe, governments have also to deal with inequality, deepening of the risk of unemployment, the social divide of society, and so and they are pressed to make to find out solutions to short-term problems. So this model is not so much on top of the agenda. For example, in the case of the French pre-electoral campaign for the next presidency in France, the question of healthcare is not at the core at all. And this is a big question because it should be. Let me now conclude because my time is being exhausting. Let's have the following conclusion. First, since the World Health Organization has not so much power, for example, to make investigation about the origins of the various virus, globalization without governance is very difficult. So in a sense, World Trade Organization is difficult, has difficulties in defending free trade if the mobility of people is impeded by the fact that you are fearing the diffusion of pandemic. So first element, a new balance in the international organization. Second element, on the time, the people were governments were delegating to finance the task to anticipate the future. As I've been proving to you, or trying to prove very briefly, facing radical uncertainty, we are facing radical uncertainty, finance is unable to detect the future because the future is not in the financial data, it is in the collective project in order to fight the virus. The third result is what is the distinctive factor between successful and unsuccessful countries. In most of ASEAN countries, governments were used to the replication of pandemic. Therefore, when the COVID-19 appeared, they had the political and administrative organization to fight to close transitory the frontiers, to trace the illness and so on. Whereas in other more confident countries like the US or Europe, it was a total novelty. So third result, the history in dealing with the past pandemic plays a major role in the differentiation of trajectory. So you have a global threat, the virus, and you have differentiated trajectory, which plays the role of political economy at the national level. Fourth, the governments have been trying to say, we are building our decision on science. But as you might know, we only know now some of the property of the virus. So in a sense, science in the making are not the result required for the politicians. So you have to improvise, waiting for the moment when the science will be delivering the final analysis of the origins and therapy of the virus. This result, the temporality now is the temporality of the virus and no more of finance. And you do observe that with the full control of central bank by political elites, you have controlling the instability of financial market by the fact that the collectivity is in a sense giving an insurance about the stability of the financial system. Why? Because you have to finance has to be used in order to solve major and hot social and economic problems. I will not develop so much the 6 points. It is that if you understand well, the irony of the crisis has been that the GAFAM, that is to say the high-tech information platforms, have been helping to solve the pandemic in the sense they have been keeping open the borders, they have been gathering real-time information of urban and international mobility. So for the first time in history, the emerging form of capitalism has been reinforced and not at all reduced by the pandemic. And this is very, very important. Last but not least, what is very important now, we have been stopping the world economy. Now we have to open it again. And let me finish by a 2 scenarios. Since your motto is the great transformation, let me imagine 2 scenarios. The first one is a dystopia. You have intense competition, you have healthcare nationalism. Then you have intense competition about, for example, the invention and buying of vaccines. Imagine that you have a kind of digitalization is the key dynamism, which is lowering the bargaining power of workers. Imagine that you have a complete biological vision of mankind, and imagine that state de facto is dependent from the will of international financiers. In this scenario, it was in the previous president of the US, this scenario was very likely. The future would have been a digital and biopolitical panopticon. So digital in the sense everybody is watched by camera, biopolitical just in order to control the life, and panopticon in the sense is surveillance economy with all the consequences you could imagine. First, social polarization, relocalization of production in some Asian countries prosper, other countries are in decline. You have the control of population is such that you are losing freedom of liberty and individualism, and of course, you have such a concentration of economic power that you are a threat on democracy. This scenario cannot be sustained in the long run, and I've been imagining a second scenario. Maybe you have someday the dislocation of international relations. You have the question of funding. And imagine that you have also the question that individuals are not fit for purely competing, you have to cooperate. If you add everything at this level, the big challenge is to build a modern welfare state with 3 features. First, health, education, and culture are a common public good, and they are the core of economic activity. And in my feeling, it is already the case in Japan, but as well in most Scandinavian countries. For this to be possible, we need a new set of international institutions. First, a World Health Organization as strong as the World Trade Organization. You need, for example, to have an international money distinct from the dollar. And for example, observe the big controversy about migration. You need an international office for migration. If so, you can embed the national project of anthropogenetic growth model. And then in this context, given the high level of competence, knowledge, ability to discuss, you have a lively democracy, not only representative, but also participative democracy. But of course, so the voice of citizens is again at the core of modern society. So we understand my feeling, so I made the following bet. In the long run, in economic history book, this pandemic will be like a major threshold in human history. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Boye. That is a very great insight to ponder, Professor, because then the model that you are proposing during the presentation is really intriguing, Professor. So again, before we continue, Professor, I would like to terribly sorry. I would like again to ask the participants to type your questions on the chat section of this virtual room, if you have any, because this is a very intriguing presentation, everybody. I wanted to ask, but let's just wait until we have other participants questions. Yeah, Professor Boye. Okay, so again, I would like to inform you guys to type your question on the chat section in this virtual room, and later on the question and answering session, our speakers will be collaborating and answering those questions. Okay, again, thank you, Professor Boye. Okay, next, I would like to invite our speakers, our next speakers, Professor Jomo Kwame Sundara. Hello, Professor.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Dr. Miguna, and thank you very much to UP and Veteran Jakarta for kindly inviting me to join you today, and particularly to Dr. Fakhruddin Nofian, who has been the main mover of Jesica. It's a great honor to speak to all of you today. Assalamualaikum and selamat siang. Let me try to address a question. When I heard that Professor Boye was going to speak before me, I hesitated because it was very difficult to anticipate what he tried to say, and I have not given my own lecture on the coronavirus and its consequences. Instead, what I would like to talk to you about today is about a longer standing problem which we face in the world. And in particular, I would like to raise the question of what it means to live in the tropics and what it has meant, what the last 500 years, the last 5 centuries have meant in terms of living in the tropics. And this, I think, is useful for us to consider. I want to first confirm that you can see my slideshow.
Yes, we can see them perfectly, Professor.
Okay, very good. Let me try to make sure that it fills the screen rather than just, I'm having some difficulty filling the screen, but the slideshow is a very simple slideshow, so I don't have to really fill the screen. You can read it as you go along. Firstly, I think it is useful for us to recognize that being in the tropics has not always been a tragedy. for us to remember that that the last 500 years have actually fundamentally changed the relations in the world. This year happens to be the 500th anniversary of the assassination of Ferdinand Magellan when he was in the Philippines, part of the Nusantara. And this happened, Magellan was here not because this is from Maluku. And there was intense rivalry between the Iberians, both the Portuguese and the Spanish, who were fighting for the control of the spice trade at that time, 500 years ago. And so circumnavigation was not an intention to be the first to go around the world, but rather a different way of getting to the Nusantara. And it is useful for us to think about this historically, because we often think of our condition today as something which is given. Indonesia was colonized by the Dutch, and it's important to recognize that the worst deal the Dutch Republic ever did, there was once upon a time a Dutch Republic after they liberated themselves from Spain, and the worst deal they ever made was between the Dutch and the English. They gave up New Amsterdam. Now, there are many places in the world which are called New Amsterdam. St. Petersburg was New Amsterdam, and so was New York. And they gave up New Amsterdam in exchange for a tropical island, because for them, New York was not worth anything in those days. But instead, a tropical island was worth much, much more. So we need to remember that tropical agricultural products were once upon a time very, very highly valued. So when Magellan died, the ships, he left Spain with 5 ships, and only one ship, Victoria, made it back to Spain, and it was the smallest of the 5 ships. But it managed to get the spices from Maluku, and the King of Spain made a huge profit, even though 4 ships disappeared and more than 200 crew died. Now, the late Arthur Lewis, who was an economist from the Caribbean, wrote about more than half a century ago about the terms of trade between tropical agricultural prices and temperate agricultural prices. And he basically showed that tropical agricultural prices had declined very significantly over the 1.5 centuries, from the beginning of the 19th century until around the 1960s. Dr. Bilge Erten, a woman economist from Turkey, has updated Lewis's data and showed that this trend continues until the early 21st century. So this trend is something which is important for us to remember. Very few of us talk about it because we tend to focus on the finding of Hans Singer and Raoul Prebisch showing the declining terms of trade for primary commodities compared to manufacturers, which is of course a very important phenomenon, but a different phenomenon. We must also remember that there were deliberate efforts to keep down the prices of agricultural commodities. For example, there was a man named Peter Bauer from England who wrote about Malaysia during the 1940s. And he was arguing in favor of the rubber smallholders against the plantation companies. But he was not doing it because he was very sympathetic to rubber smallholders. The reason for doing so was because by having many, many producers of the same commodity, namely natural rubber, it would be more possible to bring down the price compared to a situation where you have the oligopoly of a few large plantations. And so this was the choice which he faced, and he was very much in favor of the smallholders, as I said, for this reason, to be able to bring down the price of agricultural commodities. Now, one of the big problems which we face now with greater trade liberalization, especially in the last quarter century, is that we have increasing problems of food security. Developed countries, rich countries, protect their agriculture by providing subsidies. Subsidies all over Europe, in the US, even in Japan, especially in Japan, in fact, in order to ensure food security. But when developing countries try to do so, they cannot afford subsidies. So they do what is possible for them, and that is try to introduce some degree of protectionism to ensure food security. And this is disallowed by the new rules which came in with the establishment of the World Trade Organization in 1995. So the new WTO regime actually approves of certain distortive policies in the interest of the rich countries, but disallows those policies which are practiced by the poor countries. Earlier, I mentioned Dr. Bilge Erten's finding, and this is basically the graph which shows you the steady decline of the terms of trade in the upper line in blue, and the red line gives you a sense of the decline of the terms of trade for agricultural commodities until the early 21st century. Now, moving on very quickly, another major problem which we find in developing countries, besides the problem of the terms of trade, is the question of tropical diseases. There are many tropical diseases in the world, but the reason why the majority of the WHO's neglected diseases is largely because the neglected diseases are largely tropical diseases, and most developing countries are in the tropical zone, and they cannot afford to pay a lot to buy the drugs from the pharmaceutical companies. So the pharmaceutical companies have no interest in investing in research to develop the drugs in tropical diseases. Now we see the same problem recently. India and South Africa made some proposals. I will come back to this later. It has basically been blocked very strongly by the rich countries. So we have, as a result of this, a greater proliferation of tropical diseases. Much of the world's population, as you know, is in the tropical belt because the tropical soils and tropical climate is better able to support a relatively large population. And this developed historically over millennia. It didn't just develop over the recent period. So agriculture has been much more productive. For example, in South China, it is 3 times more productive than in the United States, for example. But of course, it is much more labor intensive and so on and so forth. Now, so tropics have been supporting larger populations, which basically means that per capita incomes tend to be lower. And we have seen how many malaria and other mosquito-borne diseases were largely eliminated by the rich in the rich countries. For example, Benito Mussolini, the dictator of Italy, in the early 20th century, he largely eliminated malaria in Italy, basically by improving drainage and sanitation to ensure that mosquitoes could not breed. So the question is not really a question of whether it can be done. It was done by Mussolini, but it has not been done largely by the colonial masters of the tropical countries. So the problems have been solved where there has been a political will and the means to do so, but this has not been the case. You will find in many countries, including Indonesia, the colonial officials and the plantation managers would try to live in higher areas, places such as Bogor or other places in other parts of the tropical world, where the likelihood of encountering mosquitoes and mosquito breeding was less likely, and so the vulnerability to mosquito-borne diseases was less. So we find that as a consequence of the neglect of tropical diseases, we find that tropical diseases are a much more serious problem for developing countries. Now, another problem, of course, is a relatively recent problem, and that is the strengthening of intellectual property rights. the late President Mandela of South Africa, his last struggle was to have the so-called public health exception to the TRIPS agreement of the WTO. And as I mentioned earlier, in October last year, South Africa and India proposed a TRIPS waiver because it is extremely difficult to use the public health exception, which requires a great deal of negotiations, which will obviously delay many things. And this is why the case was made for the TRIPS waiver. Unfortunately, as we know, this has been blocked by the rich countries, especially in Europe. And this is a very major problem. And I think it's important for us to recognize that this problem is a problem of the failure of collective action at the world level. The Omicron variant, for example, is now spreading, and it is largely due to the neglect. If we had taken measures to vaccinate much more of the world, more quickly, which as was proposed by the TRIPS waiver proposal, we wouldn't be facing this kind of as we face now. Maybe we wouldn't have been able to contain and avoid the Delta variant earlier, but Omicron is something which has been a relatively recent variant. So the resistance by rich countries to request for waiver has been very, very problematic. And very importantly, I think it's important for us to recognize that they are acting acting very, very crudely. And what we have seen is that although Omicron is very infectious, it is not lethal. It is not at all lethal. The death rates have not gone up with the spread of Omicron, for example, in South Africa. And Dr. Kudzi, the lady who identified the Omicron variant in South Africa, she has pointed out these characteristics of the Omicron variant. But nonetheless, we have seen the rich countries imposing travel bans, and this has resulted in the collapse of a part of the stock market, especially dealing with the airline companies. Now, the American position is slightly different, but they have not done enough to try to ensure that the Europeans move along. So G7 has not done anything on this score, and neither has the G20. Yet another problem which we face in the tropical countries is the problem of tropical ecology, the challenge of tropical ecology. For the reasons which I mentioned earlier, biodiversity is far, far richer in the tropics. If you watch any of David Attenborough's programs, for example, he will remind you about how it is so rich. But at the same time, it is also more fragile. And so the devastation which is caused by logging, by clearing of land, by mining, and so on, is a huge problem for developing countries. And so we have to recognize that biodiversity is a very serious problem. But biodiversity has also been used as an excuse to avoid action in developing countries, to provide climate finance for developing countries. Because biodiversity is very, very difficult to measure. And so there is no substitute for biodiversity loss. Instead, it is much more easy to measure what is happening, for example, when you have a monocrop system, let us say plantations and so on and so forth. But you have lost biodiversity. And so what we find is that mining and so on has caused a lot of problems in developing countries. And it was hoped that somehow mining would help developing countries, at least in terms of generating income. But I would like to tell you a story which is very important because it is happening in all other developing countries. And that is the tragic example of Tanzania. Tanzania is now the third largest producer of gold in Africa, after South Africa and Ghana, which once was known as the Gold Coast. But what we find now in Tanzania is that Tanzania actually doesn't get any tax revenue from gold mining. All the gold mining is done by foreign companies. And Tanzania does not get any tax revenue. In fact, it subsidizes the gold mining companies by providing infrastructure, for example, railway, as well as developing ports to enable gold ore to be taken out for processing elsewhere. Now, what has also happened, unfortunately, has been that climate change has been much worse in the tropics. Indonesia, you know, and many other countries in the tropical zone are experiencing much more severe El Nino and La Nina effects, a much more extreme weather phenomena, much more extreme rainfall, more rainfall sometimes with La Nina, and at the same time, more dryness, more droughts with El Nino. And so what we find is that all this has basically meant that developing countries have not been able to cope very well. We all know that in the so-called zone of the typhoons or hurricanes or cyclones, you find that the intensity and the frequency of cyclones is far greater now in recent years compared to, let us say, 30 years ago, when you already have relatively good weather records. Now, by contrast, you find that in developed countries, in the rich countries, they don't necessarily see global warming as a problem. I still remember in 2005, the New York Times pointed to some of the benefits of global warming. Two in particular: you have a longer growing season, and therefore you can increase agricultural output in the North America, for example. But also, you will with the melting of the Arctic ice, it will be possible to bypass, say, the Panama Canal to get from the east coast of the US to the west coast by going over the north, across Canada as well as Alaska. So it is not surprising that in the United States, they have taken it is very difficult to persuade the American public to act on climate change. And even the so-called liberal press does not see it as a major problem. When Al Gore was running for president in the year 2000, he didn't even say anything about climate change. And the main reason why he didn't say anything is because when he was the president of the Senate as the vice president, when there was a vote on the so-called Kyoto Protocol of the negotiated of the UNFCCC, it was rejected 95-0 by the US Senate. So you can see that we have a huge problem of unwillingness of action. So what we find, for example, in the Paris Agreement is actually a series of voluntary commitments. These are not legally binding. And so what we are seeing is the various means to try to get developing countries to conform, while developed countries are not required to conform, especially those large developing countries such as the United States, Canada, or Australia, which do a lot of temperate agriculture. So I think what we need to recognize is that the climate finance needs are very much greater in developing countries, not only for mitigation, but also for what is called adaptation, because already we are facing very, very serious problems, especially in the low-lying countries. Some of the low-lying islands, for example, are being inundated with seawater, for example, in the South Pacific. But you also see, for example, in Bangladesh, or even in Vietnam. In Vietnam, 8 provinces have already seen seawater coming into the rice fields. So the rice production in Vietnam, which is a very major rice bowl area, rice producing area for the world, has actually declined very, very significantly as a consequence of this. Elsewhere in Africa also, but also in other parts of the world, we have seen the desert areas growing. We have seen conflicts coming about because of struggles over water, for example, in Darfur, in Sudan some years ago. So you see that, for example, the Sahara Desert area is actually still growing in fact, more rapidly than before into the region which is known as the Sahel. So what we find is a situation where there are a number of problems related also, of course, to the more intense phenomena as far as tropical weather is concerned. And it's important for us to recognize, as I said, the effects of El Nino, La Nina, and so on and so forth. In Malaysia, my own country, in the Muda area, which is the single most important rice growing area, 2 of the 10 planting seasons in the last 5 years have been cancelled because of not enough water in the reservoir to supply the rice fields. That means basically at least a 20% drop in rice planting and production in the last 5 years. That is a very significant decline in output. And the situation, as I said earlier, is much worse in places like Bangladesh and Vietnam and so on. So the devastation of the small island developing states in the South Pacific, in the Caribbean and elsewhere, of which there are almost 50, is a very, very severe problem. We can see this with the intensity of hurricanes and so on, but nobody cares about what is happening in the South Pacific, what is happening in Eastern Indonesia, for example. They pay far more attention to what is happening in the Caribbean because it affects North America as well. So what we have is a situation of not so benign neglect of the problems of tropical countries. The last point I would like to make is, we have to remember that the tropics were once considered to be an advantage. People lived in the tropics. People produced in the tropics. The tropics saw the transition to different types of settled agriculture much, much earlier. And the production of exotic products such as spices in places like Maluku and so on were extremely important. But these were not simply natural phenomenon or geoecologically phenomenon. They were also the consequence of the social relations of, and what we have seen in terms of the decline of the tropics in the last 2 centuries has largely been in terms of the changing relations between what we now call the global north and the global south, with the worsening terms of trade, of tropical versus temperate agriculture, and so on. So what we have is a situation of post-colonial international governance, for example, through the UNFCCC or through the World Trade Organization, which is making things worse rather than helping developing countries and tropical countries in particular. So we have to pay far more attention. Unfortunately, there's very little attention to some of these problems. And I strongly urge you to think about some of these problems as we think of the specific problems of the pandemic, because this pandemic is not going to be the last problem we're going to face in the world together. And unless there is the political will to have collective action and to pay particular attention to the problems of the South, where many, many people are adversely affected far, far more, I'm afraid we are not going to make very much progress. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope this has been useful and interesting to you, and is a useful complement to Professor Boye's very interesting presentation earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jemo. It is very interesting, yeah, to view how the tropical countries trend shifting. So, guys, let me remind you again that before we continue, I would like to invite fellow seminar participant to type your question. I see there are already lots of questions there in the chat section, professors. And again, the speakers will answer and collaborate on those questions after the presentation session, which is on the question and answering session. Thank you again, Professor Jamal. Okay, next I would like to invite, please join me to welcome our next speakers. Professor Tulus T.H. Tambunan.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Professor. How are you?
Fine. Okay, let me first share screen.
Yes, please.
Okay, just a moment. Where is my PowerPoint? Okay, here. So it is okay, yeah? You can see, yeah?
Not yet, Professor.
Not yet?
Yes, already.
Okay. Yes. So my talk here is about financial inclusion in Indonesia, especially focus on financial technology, which is booming now in Indonesia, and the importance of financial technology, especially P2P lending, so-called P2P lending, peer-to-peer. The importance of this P2P lending for the funding of micro, small, medium enterprises, especially micro enterprises, which have still problem in the access to funding from formal sources like banks or other non-bank financial institution. Just a moment. So my study aims to discuss the implementation of financial inclusion, which was started during the previous presidency before Jokowi, that is during the Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, that we changed our development strategy to so-called inclusive growth, inclusive economic development, including financial inclusion. And the studies also examine the latest developments of online-based P2P lending and the importance of this P2P, especially, like I said before, for micro, small enterprises as an alternative source of financing in Indonesia, alternatives to other formal sources like banks and so-called micro financial institution. Let me start first with financial inclusion. Let me see recent development of financial inclusion, how far we already reached the level of financial inclusion. So I can say that inclusive economic development in Indonesia, at least, has become popular after the Asian financial crisis, which hit very severely Indonesian economy in 1997, and the worst of that was in 1998. And in the literature, it stated that inclusive economic development is economic growth together with equal distribution of economic opportunities for everybody, for all stratas of the society, including women, including youth, low educated, and also unemployed people. It focuses on creating economic opportunities, business opportunities, employment opportunities, and making them accessible to everyone in society at all levels, not just the poor, but all levels. Similarly, inclusive economic growth we can also define as growth that emphasizes that economic opportunities created by economic growth are freely available to all, including the poor. And then part of overall economic development inclusion is financial inclusion. It's one of the key elements. I can say that financial inclusion is one of the key elements of inclusive economic development. So, and the term financial inclusion became popular in Indonesia, at least in the early 2000s, stemming from a research finding which shows that poverty is a direct result of financial exclusion, or is a direct result of exclusive economic development before the crisis in 1998. And since then, financial inclusion has been adopted by governments in many developing countries, including Indonesia. It was, as I said before, started during the presidential period of Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono as an effective strategy for alleviating poverty by providing public services to all members of society, including the poor, women, and youth in urban as well as rural areas, including relatively remote areas or remote small islands that in which Indonesia has a lot of remote islands. Okay. These public services include access to bank facilities for credit and saving, insurance, and pensions. An inclusive financial system enables easy, broad-based access to financial services by making customized financial products available at affordable prices without strict documentation, especially for the poor or other disadvantaged groups in the economy. Therefore, without an inclusive financial system, the poor will depend on their limited savings, and especially micro and small enterprises run mainly by poor individual or poor rural households will not have the opportunity to go or even to survive because they have to rely on their limited capital due to their limitation links. And based on official data from the National Statistics Agency, BPS, there are about 64 million micro, small, medium enterprises in Indonesia, and 99% of them are micro enterprises. So we can say that all existing business units in Indonesia are dominated by micro enterprises. Now, let me present some facts about the recent development of financial inclusion in Indonesia. Here you can see the share of the adult population with a bank account in the formal financial sector in ASEAN. The recent data is from 2017, and having a bank account, especially for adult population in the formal financial sector, is among very important indicators of financial inclusion. So if we want to judge or to examine how far we have reached, we should see also this indicator. So we can compare here Indonesia with other member states of ASEAN, in which here, for instance, gap between men and women in percentage points, and negative means more women than men having a bank account. And here we can also see gap between rich family, rich individual, and poorer individual in percentage points. And here other important indicators of financial inclusion. For instance, the number of accounts we compare between all adults, women, adults belonging to the poorest 40% of total population, young adults, adults living in rural areas, and so forth, and so forth. And financial institution accounts, mobile accounts, access to financial institution, and use of account in the past 2 or 3 years. And also other indicators of financial inclusion that should be examined when we are talking about financial inclusion is other DP in the past year, and savings in the past year, credit in the past year. And here you can see the outstanding total consumption and business loans in Indonesia until 2021. So here you can see here the blue one is total credit, and for household here at the lowest curve, household credits, and here business credits. So here the gap we can indicate as that we have still to a certain extent problem with financial inclusion. And here outstanding credit for micro, small, medium enterprises that I divide between micro, here the blue one, and then small enterprises here in the middle, and then here in the last column is medium. So you can see even within micro, small, medium enterprises, we still have problem that only a small part of micro enterprises, while I said before that 99% of total enterprises in Indonesia are micros, but if we look here at the outstanding credits, micro enterprises are the least group of enterprises having access to bank credits. Now we come to the next issue for my talk here is about financial technology, especially P2P lending, because this is very important for micro, small, medium enterprises. Development of fintech, we call fintech, is one important element of digital technology, which is now booming in Indonesia as in many other countries. Fintech is an innovation in the financial services industry that utilizes the use of digital technology. There are many products of fintech are usually in the form of a system built to carry out specific financial transaction mechanisms, which include payments, funding or lending, banking, digital banking, of course, capital market, insurance, supporting services, and many other. My research addresses the following three research questions. First, how is the development of this P2P lending companies in Indonesia in the past few years? Has the emergence of the P2P lending companies benefited small businesses, especially micro enterprises? And how is the ecosystem of micro, small enterprises funding in Indonesia with the emergence of P2P lending? These are three important research questions of my study on this topic. Fintech offer many opportunities. It is stated in many literature. The literature on fintech is growing. And one general conclusion is that fintech offer many opportunities to address small business constraints by providing alternative or better access to finance. Examples include branchless banking technologies like internet banking, P2P lending, or crowdfunding, and all these in turn can enhance productivity and competitiveness of small businesses, including micro. And many papers or studies stress a need to encourage the growth of P2P lending to support small businesses, especially those with growth potential. So with the P2P or fintech, several constraints to financing, that is lack of credit information, relatively relatively high cost of servicing small business financing need could be reduced. And here the official data from OJK, development of P2P lending in Indonesia, maybe too small to see, but I can give this, I already give my papers to the organizer, so the audience, if you like the papers, you can ask the organizer. You can see here the table. And in Indonesia, there are three main fintech models: P2P lending, equity crowdfunding, and working capital related merchant and e-commerce finance, invoice finance or factoring. supply chain finance and trade finance. And this trade finance is very important for business with export potential, including small, medium enterprises. What are the benefits for micro, small enterprises? So there are 2 points here. First, P2P loan disbursement to businesses which are productive loans, such as micro, small enterprises, can in the form of cash loans or non-cash, for instance, raw materials. So P2P companies provide loan to micro, small enterprises, not directly, but via the suppliers of raw materials. So the money go to the suppliers of raw materials, and the suppliers distribute these raw materials to micro, small enterprises. So micro, small enterprises do not have to pay this raw material to the supplier, because the suppliers already get loan from P2P. That is one way of the transaction that can happen between P2P loan companies or lenders and micro, small enterprises. For micro, small enterprises, P2P loans have advantages over other financing alternatives, especially in aspects of loan interest rates, condition, length of the loan distribution process, and loan size. P2P lending does not require collateral as banks usually do, and the application process is not complicated. You can just call P2P lending within 24 hours, and within 1 hour, you have already the money in your account. And for my study, I did a small survey, and here the profile of the survey, 10 small business owners. I got this name from P2P lending companies. Unfortunately, not all P2P lending companies have data on their debtors based on size. So they could not identify from their debtors who are the small enterprises and not. And here you can see that the respondents, these 10 respondents, they have borrowed money from P2P lenders, but also they have borrowed money from other sources like KUR, that is the government guarantee credit scheme. They ever borrow money from micro financial institution, and also they ever borrow money from suppliers of raw material, even from customers in the form of payment in advance. And findings, important findings of my study are as follows. Only 5 respondents claim that P2P loans greatly benefited their businesses in the form of their revenue increase, or they can expand their workshops or even their shops, while others say no significant change in their revenues or production. Many reasons for those who say that no significant change. The reasons include market condition. It can be that you got loan from banks or from P2P, but at the same time, the demand for your product declined, especially during the COVID period 2020 and early 2021, with the regulation on stay at home, working from home, learning from home. So, and also the regulation that all economic business activities not in the so-called strategic sectors, especially in tourism sector, in services sector, and in other industry producing non-necessity goods, they must close temporarily. That was in 2020. So it hurt very, very significant many small companies, including micro enterprises. So it can be that at the same time, no demand for your market, so no significant change in your revenue, despite that you have fresh money from P2P. And the use of the loan, where did you use the loan? For expansion of your factory or for buying more raw materials? It depends on the use of the loan. And also initial condition of your companies relative to the amount of money that you borrow from P2P. If your condition was very worse, maybe with a limited amount of money you got from P2P lending, it might not affect your condition, your business condition very significant. And the way P2P lending companies operate in Indonesia and the ecosystem of micro small enterprise funding with the emergence of P2P lending, what I found from my study is that all of the companies, I mean P2P companies, are dependent on outside investors. So not all money from the owners of the P2P companies. So they are dependent on outside investors for the provision of funds, such as banks, wealthy people. So if you are well, you have so much money, you can invest your money in, of course, you must trust these P2P lending companies because there are so many now, so many P2P lending companies in Indonesia. Some are good, some are even illegal, not legal. So if you have money, you can invest your money in the trusted P2P lending companies. Also, multi-finance companies, some of them expand their investment in P2P lending companies, venture capital companies, even some state-owned companies also have certain shares in some P2P lending companies and other institutions, including from abroad. That's what I found from official data from OJK. Of the 30 companies that I interviewed during my study, 17 admitted that banks are their largest or even the only source of funds. For some of these companies, banks are the only source of funds. Some companies collaborate with more than one banks. BRI and Bank Syariah, also from BNI, they also have some collaboration with some P2P lending company. So here is the ecosystem. So you can see here P2P lending, and here where the money come from, main supplier of fund, banks, and other suppliers here, individual lender and so on. And P2P lending can give the money directly to micro small enterprises or via intermediate institutions like cooperatives, distributors, multi-finance companies, suppliers, and so on and so on. So the ecosystem in Indonesia with respect to funding micro small enterprise has become more complex, as a matter of fact. Because fintech is still a new phenomenon, so not all banks in Indonesia are familiar with the system, especially few years before, and culture of P2P lending companies. Cooperation between banks and P2P lending companies now started to grow compared to a few years before. Therefore, what I found from my study is that both parties, banks on one side and P2P lenders on the other side, face a number of obstacles. The constraint for collaboration between fintech and banks are including the bank required face-to-face customer verification, while the fintech system is online, no, not face-to-face. So these two different culture is very difficult to blend it. And the banks lacks real-time transaction technology. Requests for transaction must be made via email. I'm sorry, just a moment. Okay. So sorry.
No worries, Professor.
Oh, she doki. Just one. Okay, and there are no restriction by the authority. Yet many banks are hesitant to cooperate with P2P lending companies. But I read recent newspapers, I think in Kompas, official press conference from OJK. Now the situation, the collaboration between banks and P2P lendings are much better compared to a few years ago. Okay. Moment. So, yeah, this is the final. I think this is the final point of my presentation. So, oh yeah, finally, regarding P2P, there are some critical issues, include non-performing loans of small business credit. I haven't time to study this. So this is my research agenda for everybody that if they want to do a study on fintech Indonesia. These are critical points that have been not been studied at least by me. That is how is the non-performing loans for small business credit and risks and benefits in lending money to small business relative to other borrowers like individual customers and household, and of course how they minimize the risk. And I think this will be the future or the research plans in the near future. I think that's my presentation. Thank you very much. Back to you, MC.
Thank you so much, Professor Tulus. Well, that's another side for us to think about, Professor. Very interesting. Okay, before we continue to the question and answer session.
Let me stop sharing.
Yes, please, Professor. Thank you. Before we continue to the question and answer session, I would like to ask Mr. Fahru Novrian, PhD, our moderator, a penny for your thought. Mr. Fahru.
Yes, Bu Meguna, thank you very much. It is very interesting, the presentations from our professors. We can see different perspectives and evidence base from many countries, from France, Malaysia, Tanzania, Ghana, Italy, Nusantara to Indonesia itself. If I may, Bu Meguna, I would like to make some points to be shared to our participants.
Please, Mr. Fahru.
Before we proceed to our next part in our discussion, in our session. Please allow me, Professor, and correct me if I'm wrong, to make some points from your presentations. Professor Boy highlights that first, in the economic analysis, including the one of COVID-19, historicity plays a central role and cannot be ignored. Second, economy is not only about growth, but also about crisis. History shows crisis in many parts in the world through various of times. They have its own characteristics. The crisis of COVID-19 is different from the one in 2008, 1997, and 1929, but it follows one another, and so not separated. It depends on the type of mode of development, as for example, health, education, and culture that have acted as the emerging mode of development. Third, different to economic orthodoxy that assumes stability, mode of development is always changing. Finance has characterized financial capitalism. Industry has characterized industrial capitalism. And now, health, education, and culture highlights the emergence of anthropogenic capitalism. Therefore, changes are at the heart of economy, not stability. In other words, stability is the changes itself. the term can be extended, resulting macroeconomic regularities that will impact on growth regime that is different from one area to another. Fourth, I think this is the most important, changes are resulted from human and social changes. And so when crisis happen, it should be re-embedding the economy into society and politics. And from Professor Jomo, we can see that he proposes interesting term, that is tropical advantage, tropical trade, tropical food, tropical ecology, etc. In short, from what I see, he proposes tropical economics. From his way to explain, it seems that we can conclude that this is a political economy term rather than technical term. If I may use the term of mode of development from Professor Boyer, tropical economy is also a mode of development that is now in crisis and should be re-embedded to society and politics. Professor Jomo also approaches economy from long perspective where history plays important role. And from Professor Turus, we can see that Professor Turus highlights the important role of inclusive financial system to tackle the poverty and accelerate micro, small, and medium enterprises. He questioned how far we have reached financial inclusions. He found the gap between microcredit and medium one. Fintech is now booming in Indonesia. The logic can be extended to the development of P2P lending companies in the country. The benefit for SMEs is that it does not require collateral. In conclusion, Professor Tulus said only small number of SMEs that claim that P2P loans greatly benefited their business. I think that is the summary that I can share to participants. Please, Bu Miguna.
Thank you, Mr. Fahru. Well, should give you more than a penny, huh? Thank you so much again, Mr. Fahru, and our three speakers. Now, please allow me to open up the discussion, the question and answer session. We already have several questions here on the chat section, professors. Some have very long questions. Really interesting, but please allow me to allow me to choose several first. Probably we are going to have a several section of this question and answer session. So I would like to read the first question from Mr. Ahmad Nur Hidayat, or please allow me to ask whether the participant allowed to speak their own question. Is the participant allowed to speak directly? Okay, then to Mr. Ahmad Nur Hidayat, please, you can open your microphone and then speak your question directly to the professor.
Thank you very much, Miss Miguna. This very interesting presentation from all of our guest lecture here. I think I want to precise and brief a question to Professor Robert Boyer. Actually, Prof, it is very interesting presentation, and then the futurology that you talking about the period after the COVID is really interesting in my view. So my question is based on your explanation of the COVID-19. It seems that the world more pessimistic than the optimistic. So we mentioned in your presentation that we need the global governance, but actually we have the globalization without governance. So it seems like the world needed more cooperation, but the the fact that we hear from the news, the words now become more multipolar, and the spirit of the cooperation among the nation is awakened. So how do we suggest to our society, especially in the East, to have the more collaborations to the rest of the world to solve our problems? So when you see the conflict now in the Ukraine, like example, or in the South China Seas, it seems that we have difficulties to solve this problem. So what your suggestion to us to deliver these problems? Thank you very much, Mr. Robert.
Please, Professor Boyer.
Yes, since the world is shifting first from Europe to US, the previous century, now to Asia, maybe the solution is the taking over by ASEAN countries the building of a new international system. For example, the Chinese want to remove the dollar as the key currency and to replace by the Keynes project in order to have a true international currency. So my argument would be using the economic strength of East Asia to plead in order to have a kind of symmetry in all international organizations. So first argument, and it is a very strong one, to have World Health Organization as powerful as IMF. If so, they could have a way to make inquiries on the origin of the COVID, to state norms, inspection, and to provide global supply of vaccine. If so, the world trade can recover and the friction among nations. Similarly, labor international organization should be elevated because the workers are suffering a lot from financial capitalism. So imagine that ILO is again the high level in which you cannot negotiate trade credit without conserving decent rights. Then this changed dramatically. And I think the ASEAN are in good position to negotiate. You should ally with Europe in order to try to convince US, but you need to design a new multilateral system. And so you have to play a very important role because you have the future is supposed to be ASEAN, and then you should restructure with, of course, very difficult relation between China and the rest of Asia, because then you have an internal conflict. China is too powerful compared to Europe, but it should be in this direction to redesign a new system, because the fractionment, the dislocation of the world economy could have happened. Imagine Donald Trump was elected twice. Maybe that scenario on the dislocation could have happened. Imagine. So you should try to anticipate, and I think the ASEAN should align to Europeans in order to promote new multilateralism, and then to solve the question of big business. France will be very happy to have a secure world. So in a sense, you have in Bloomberg News yesterday, the following: had you invest 50 billion in vaccine at the world level, should have saved 30 billions of support to the world economy. So the rate of return of taking in charge healthcare at the world level is very profitable for economic prosperity. So it is clearly, but it needs time. So my argument is very important. Founding a new international regime in which all the public goods, financial stability, food security, mentioned by Professor Jomo, health security are for the equal part at the world level, and then you can build new compromise at the local level. Very important task. It will take 1 or 2 decades. The young people might know this very well, but it is a long way, but it should be tried. And the core of the initiative really is not to be flattening yourself, would be ASEAN, because they they represent the most dynamic part of the world economy.
Thank you, Professor Boye, for the answer. Mr. Hidayat, I hope it answered your questions. So basically, create a system that allows balanced negotiation powers, yeah, Professor. Okay, Mr. Hidayat, I would like to ask for your permission because this question is basically I would like some opinion from Professor Jomo, if it's allowed, Professor, because earlier from your presentation, one of your points is regarding the collaboration between nations, if I'm not mistaken. Please, Professor Jomo.
Thank you very much. Let me repose the problem raised by Ahmad Noor Hidayat. I don't think the problem is one of lack of international governance. The problem is one of international governance being captured by the rich. And we are talking not just about the states or the governments of the rich countries, but also increasingly by private capital. If you look, for example, who is setting the agenda for the world today? It is not like, say, 30 years ago, it's not the Washington which is setting it alone. It is also Davos, the so-called Davos World Economic Forum. They are creating all the new slogans of what we are supposed to be doing. So if you look, for example, at the three main institutions, the WHO has been proposing a number of things which it has not been allowed to do. Tedros has tried, but has basically been blocked. And so the World Trade Organization, the proposal supported by more than 100 mainly developing countries to break through as far as the intellectual property rights are concerned, has been blocked by the rich countries. And if you look, for example, at the UNFCCC meeting in Glasgow, there was no advance. There has been no advance in terms of climate financing, which is sensitive to the needs of developing countries and so on and so forth. So the problem is not one of the absence of governance, but rather of the power of money, the power of the rich. And they operate through governments, but also increasingly through organizations supposedly committed to corporate philanthropy and so on. I mean, consider for one moment all those who are talking about, why are they opposing the waiver? They are talking so much about solving the problem of the pandemic, but they are blocking the waiver because for them, intellectual property rights are sacred. And we have been reminded, if you look at the work of Katerina Pistor, for example, who did her PhD on Southeast Asia, Katerina Pistor basically sees property rights as the new means by which you control technology, and you control people, you control the world through that. We can see this very clearly, for example, over the question of data, but this was a question for Professor Boye, and he has answered it very well, but I want to emphasize that international governance is there, it is not neutral, it has been captured by the rich. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jomo. So basically it's some of the same, yeah, Professor. Neutral, what do we say? Neutral system, neutral balance of power between the rich and between the East and the West. If you could allow me, excuse me. Okay. If Mr. Hidayat, again, if you allowed me, and also Professor Boye and Professor Jomo, I would also, this question I would also ask to Professor Tulus to help answer, because even though the question given by Mr. Hidayat is about regarding global governance and the COVID-19 problem, basically what being presented by Professor Tulus earlier regarding the MSMEs is basically also there's a problem at what do we call it? Problems regarding cooperation amongst the MSMEs itself when solving problems. So please, Professor Tulus, if you could give your insight regarding these questions.
It's very interesting about the collaboration between developed and developing countries. Also regarding micro, small, medium enterprises, because I have been involved in preparing key areas of G20 for the Indonesian presidency 2022. I have been working closely with Bappenas to prepare a number of key areas that the G20 should collaborate to reach the initiative with respect to a number of key areas, including development of micro, small, medium enterprises, including in dealing with COVID-19, including to support the development of digitalization in developing countries, including small island states and less developed countries, and some initiatives not provided by developed members of G20 like US, Russia, and so on, but initially introduced by developing members like Indonesia, Brazil, and Mexico, and Argentina. Those are also members of G20. So introduced by developing countries with respect to climate change, for instance, is also one of the key areas that Indonesia should produce some initiation during the G20 presidency in 2022, how to deal with, especially with the financing of this so-called global warming, and also to transfer energy from fuel energy to non-fuel energy, and in which Indonesia is already now started to do that. So collaboration is going well within G20 that we hope will continue, but even within APEC, which I have been involved closely with APEC activities, also ASEAN, but we still have problem, of course. Sometimes we depend on developed countries to initiate something, but in others we initiate first and then they follow us. That is my comment.
Thank you, Professor Tulus, for the insight. Mr. Hidayat, again, thank you for the question, because from your one question, it sums up all of our three speakers' presentation, actually. The next question, I would like to invite Miss Lydia Kumajas, if she's available and able to open up her microphone. She has a very simple yet very interesting questions that can be again related to three of your presentation, professors. Miss Lydia Kumajas.
Good evening, all the audience at Indonesia.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Lydia.
I have a simple question to Professor Robert Boyer. Introduce myself. I'm Lydia Kumayas from North Sulawesi. I live in east of Indonesia.
Manado?
Manado.
Manado.
Manado, Prof. Tulus.
Manado. Ya.
Kita orang Manado. Okay. Professor Boyer.
Miss Lydia, for your question.
Yeah. There is any relation between the government system? I have a barrier in English. I hope Professor Boyer can understand what I say. Maybe Ms. Miguna can help me if.
Sure.
Okay. There is any correlation or influence between government system with the successful control of COVID-19, and then how government successful to control the effect to economic. The example of Brunei Darussalam, that's not a democratic nation, and Tiongkok, but they still growth during COVID-19. Are there any correlation between government system? Because in a democratic nation, there is many
You see Google. You see Google.
Do you need me to sum up your question, Ms. Lydia?
Okay.
Okay, so Professor basically is asking whether there are any relationship between the government system and the success of how government controlling the COVID-19 and how they reduce the impact of COVID on the economy itself. For example, she gave example like Brunei Darussalam and Tiongkok that's still growing during the COVID-19. Please, Professor Boye.
It would take nearly an hour to respond. I will two parts. On one side, start from the trilemma. In some countries, the civil rights are an absolute right, and the liberty of trade and economic activity are crucial. And I mean, for example, the case of US. In the US, compulsory stay-at-home measure or compulsory vaccination are very difficult because they offend the first article of the Constitution, the liberty. And on the contrary, when you go to China, given the big control by party and state over citizen, you might have a very active policy, stay at home. So clearly at this abstract level. So it will be more ideological vision. What is the respective place of liberty and healthcare? But now let's go to Europe. We share the same current Europe. We have nearly the very difficult, but the same history. And we have totally contrasted policy between Italy and Germany, Austria, and France. The issue in Europe is compulsory vaccination or not. And for example, Austria is going towards the direction where in France, in spite we have 11 compulsory vaccination for small children, we hesitate for political reasons. Third result, everything is up to the dialectic between central state and local state. In most of countries, for example, in the US, the central state is defending current ideology of the country. But at the local level, the governors in US saw the excess mortality. So they defended an active. So at a more detailed level, it's how the delegation of competence between the central and local level is organized. And again, you have a big shift in Germany. The Germans have been very successful by organizing the fight against the virus at the Länder level. And now, given the explosion of the case of the third wave, they consider to pass a law at the Berlin level. So you understand how complex is the situation. Last but not least, but I could spend, because it is my current research investigation, the Democrats are in favor of health and the Republicans of liberty. So and in the France, all the opponents to the government are against vaccine. So it is very impressive that in the sense, with the stay at home, you have a paralysis of democratic political life. The people cannot fit in the street. The demonstrations are difficult. Therefore, the party have been used pro or anti-vaccine in order to differentiate themselves. And you understand the complexity of the situation. So clearly, my social science politicians want to find causal relation, one-to-one. Be careful. you have very diverse way and challenging full time, because since the virus is giving the tempo, the centralized become decentralized, the decentralized become centralized. So it is an ongoing fight. So be careful. The virus is very active and ideology are very static. So it is a careful warning, and you will have many surprises. Nobody knows what should have been the optimal solution for any government. Let us wait. So be careful. Very interesting question, but it will be implying a new wave of wonderful research, interdisciplinary research, sociologists, political scientists, epidemiologists, and so it's open a wonderful agenda for research. The big problem is that people might die by mismanagement of the pandemic. So the question is, for example, the rate of mortality now in Germany, each day you have 350 people dying every day. So much more than all the previous times. So you should have in mind that the situation is rather dramatic. Again, as in the first wave. Thank you for the very complex question, but very important one.
May I add also?
Thank you, Professor Boye. Please, Professor Tulus.
Yeah, I have my own view based on my observation. And this, what I'm going to say is maybe just a hypothesis that need to test empirically. In a non-democratic system, like in China or in dictatorship, it is easy to control the society. Not like in the US. In the US, the government has difficult to ask people to use masker, to ask people to do vaccination, but not in China, not happen. That's why it's not surprised that China can out of the initial problem of COVID last year, because when Wuhan, the China say lockdown, everybody agree with that. But now we look at what happened in Holland, demonstration because the government has planned to lock down. In Indonesia during Suharto era, it was easy to develop, because when Suharto, our dictator in that time, say A, everybody A, B, everybody B. So that is the one disadvantage of democratic system. It is difficult to control because people think I'm free. But in dictatorship, so it depends on you, my friend from Manado. You want dictator system or democratic system? that is hypothesis, need to be tested. Okay, that's my view.
Thank you, Professor Tulus. Prof. Jomo, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Ibu Lydia, for your question. I think the situation is a bit more complex. If we look at the response to COVID-19, East Asian countries responded differently. It's got very little to do with dictatorship or non-dictatorships. You have dictatorships in other parts of the world which did not respond to the crisis very effectively. If you look, for example, at East Asia, Japan, Korea, Taiwan province, China outside of Wuhan city, Vietnam, Laos, even Kerala in southwestern India, all these countries, what they did was basically what was recommended by Madam Kang, the foreign minister of Korea. She recommended very early on a number of measures, but I think there are three things which I want to emphasize. One, that stay in shelter lockdowns are very, very blunt instruments of introducing physical distancing. So basically, they avoided as far as possible, even where at one point, Korea was the second worst country affected. And they basically didn't even have a lockdown in the city of Daegu, which was affected. Hanoi, Vietnam has not had a single lockdown. So I think it's not a simple question of whether or not you use a despotic approach or non-despotic approach. If you had Pak Harto, I don't think he would have done any better. So I don't think, I don't think there's any evidence from what we have seen. But what has happened, for example, in my own country, Malaysia, is a neo-colonial attitude. We looked to the West, we looked to the UK particularly, and when Boris Johnson changed his strategy in the middle of March, then Malaysia changed its strategy. You know, we were not looking at the East. We were not looking at Korea. We were not looking at China. We were not looking at Japan. And this is a big problem because we are so used to thinking that it is the West which has all the knowledge and that we ourselves do not have knowledge. So East Asian countries, some of them responded with very, very different measures. They did not have stay in shelter lockdowns. They took a number of other preventive measures quite successfully without having a stay in shelter lockdown, which is the ultimate in despotism, in my view. Of course, as Professor Boye has said, there are many other things which can be discussed. But I think just on this question, I think it is important to recognize that if you do not have a all of government approach, as in Malaysia, you know, it is only the Ministry of Health and the police who are doing things. The rest of the government is not involved. So there is no coordination to help, for example, with the schools and so on and so forth. Likewise, you do not have a whole of society approach. In Vietnam, in Korea, and so on, the whole of society was mobilized and very, very successfully mobilized to deal with the threat. So I think we have to look much more, you know, it's not this kind of simple choice between democracy and despotism or anything like that. But I think we have to look at this, at the very interesting new challenges which have been posed by COVID-19. Thank you.
But maybe, Professor, you can explain why it was difficult in US, Mr. Biden, to ask people just use masker and do vaccination. Maybe you can explain what is the main reason behind this society? Because they are developed in education, but still they cannot agree at once in this issue. Well, in Holland, there was unrest yesterday, 2 days in Rotterdam, only because the government says stay home, do masker. 2020, and no one used masker in Netherlands. 2020. Now they start to use masker, but it's very difficult. Huh? What explain this?
There's no simple explanation. As you know, there's a very strong culture of libertarianism. Professor Boye is working in the Institute of the Study of Americas. It's a very rich and complicated issue. But if you look at Europe, if you look at Australia, you look at New Zealand, I don't think anybody can reasonably say these are dictatorial societies. And they have taken very strict measures. In fact, Australia and New Zealand both have zero tolerance policy. China has a zero tolerance policy. I'm not recommending zero tolerance policy for every country. But the point is that there is a variety of perspectives which has got very little to do with this. Now, undoubtedly, you're right in implying that there is a libertarian ideology which is very strong in the US, but libertarian ideologies are also strong elsewhere in Europe, and they have not resulted. But people are fed up because they were promised many different things. They were promised that if you have a stay in shelter lockdown, the problem will be over. If you have vaccination, 2 shots, the problem will be over. If you do this and that, it will be over. Now they are being told, the CEO of Pfizer is telling us now, oh, you need regular booster shots and so on and so forth. So people are beginning to be very, very skeptical about what they are being told. And the previous trust and confidence in authorities has been shaken. So people are very, very skeptical, and this is a very big problem. You look at Sweden, for example, they didn't, for a long time, they didn't do anything until the king scolded the government for not doing anything. And then they started protecting the older people in Sweden. So we have a variety of experiences in the West as well as in the East. And I don't think you can all be reduced down to the whole question of the libertarian ideology, which you are right, is undoubtedly very strong in the US. And, even in Australia now, you have this view that, this is an interference in civil liberties. And there are Malaysians who are now importing this. These are people who have been very almost fascistic in the past, but suddenly they're talking about civil liberties. A lot of hypocrisy involved, so I think it's a very complicated issue where there's no simple explanation.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Jomo. So probably because this is originally question for Professor Boye, you could probably help us to sum up the answer for Miss Lydia.
May I add, I think three factors are into play. You are totally right. New Zealand, Australia, and so have been totally democratic and are playing. So I think three variables. First, have you experienced previous, for example, SARS, huge panic about the virus? And then, for example, you prepare, Taiwan has been preparing via SARS for the next. So when the new virus comes, they have all the institutions. First, second element, the citizenship of public opinion. Do people internalize collective good? So, some people don't want to be vaccinated because they don't recognize the public good of public health. So I'm owner of my body. So then, and for example, if you go to a country like Denmark, it was up to citizenship to obey to distancing. So clearly you have an overplay how people internalize the collective good. And third, you have given the little paralysis of democratic life. Party totally changed. For example, the right-wing party in France is now depending on liberty of not being vaccinated. So you have a pure fictitious play with words. And it is very complex to, so my argument that you have to introduce very much flexibility and not at all the idea US versus China. This is totally nonsense. If you make a careful comparison, it's much more bad. And it points out the relative autonomy. And I was very impressed by Professor Jomo, Malaysian. Look at UK, impressive. We should look at yourself and try to find out solution adapted to you. So in a sense, it will be a kind of re-embeddment of research into your own society and develop the tools in order to fight with the pandemic. I think this is a major lesson. You should know your own society, not something to try to emulate any other society. Nobody will emulate China and nobody should be able to emulate US. So you have to find your own way.
Thank you, Professor Boye. So basically, let me sum up, Miss Lydia. Again, a simple question with a very elaborate answer because it's really tricky to answer this question. So basically, from what we already discussed and the professors already discussed that it is not basically because of the government itself, but how the integration of all department and side of every government to make sure all the measure being done. But then again, this is also depends on the government itself, whether they already choose the measure that they wanted to take and how they how they plan it and then implement the measures that being planned. So probably that, Mr. Lydia, thank you again, professors, for the answers. So I have one more, please allow me to invite one more participants for this question and answer section. Mr. Aswin, if you could please open up your microphone and then.
Yes, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, clearly, Mr. Aswin,
okay.
please.
Okay, I have a question to Professor Jomo. Yes, it's a very insightful presentation that you are giving today. It's really deepening my understanding on what is the food security and so on. Regarding food security, my question is, as we are approaching the post-pandemic era of COVID-19, what do you think about the food security might look like in the post-COVID world, and what is the food safety concern that we might be talking about in the future? Should we become food self-sufficiency, as Indonesia happened to have food self-sufficiency in terms of rice in 1985, and also by the mid-1990s, Indonesia had even become a net rice exporter, thus not only achieving rice self-sufficiency and greater food security, but also contributing to economic development, yeah, more generally, as also like in Thai economy also. So what is lacking in terms of government policy? I mean, in achieving the food security, especially in Southeast Asia. And as you look to a policy of poor COVID world, what is your biggest fear?
Thank you very much, Pak Aswin, for your very rich question. I'm sure it will generate many other.
Can you follow? Can you follow my question?
Yes, of course, of course.
Yeah,
it's a very good. It's a very good question. And do justice to the question, but let me start off with the whole question of security. What has happened is that the disruption of supply chains, not just food supply chains, but especially for food supply chains, has forced many governments to think anew. Because there was a very important change which took place at the end of the 20th century. This change basically was in the old conception of food security, as you know, your country, my country, many other countries started producing as much as possible of their main staples, whether it is rice or wheat and so on and so forth. This was the preoccupation of the so-called Green Revolution and so on. But now what we have is a much more complex understanding of food security. And the first important thing, which I think which needs to emphasize, is the importance of nutrition. So we have seen that the singular focus on carbohydrates, caloric energy, is very important to provide, to be able, for dietary energy is very important for people to be able to work. But it is certainly far from enough. So by this focus on rice, what we find now is that we have a much more subtle understanding of to have a much more balanced diet and to make sure that that balanced diet is available even to the poor. I like to speak in Malaysia that, you know, the Javanese diet, tahu tempe and all that is very good. Yeah. But, you know, more seriously, I think it is very important for us to recognize the importance of vegetables. And when we were a much more rural society, it was very possible to grow vegetables around the house and so on and so forth. Now it is much more difficult to do that because we have become much more urban societies. And even in rural areas, it is very difficult to do that sometimes. So what we need to do is to think about the whole question of food security in relation to nutrition. And this basically means very different things. In too many societies, what we have done is to rely, for example, it is very good that many countries have followed the Japanese precedent a century ago to have school feeding programs. You know, the Japanese introduced that when the level of income in Japan was comparable to Indonesia today. In fact, probably even poorer than Indonesia today. Yeah. But introduced this, and this made a huge difference. So subsequent generations, you had children who were not only physically more developed, but also cognitively more developed. They had all the necessary micronutrients and so on and so forth. So we recognize this right now. So there is a need to do much more on that score. But there's also a need to not to harm the population of our country. You know, in Malaysia, we have a problem where we are only concerned about the food, about harming the consumer when our exports are rejected by other countries. You know, but you have to think very seriously about the excessive use of agrochemicals for the. And now one of the issues which has been raised by increasingly is the whole question of antimicrobial resistance or antibiotic resistance. So it is very attractive to farmers to grow food, whether it is fish or animals like chicken and so on and so forth, by giving them cheap antibiotics, because antibiotics are really cheap because there's no intellectual property rights. Okay, they are relatively cheap. So you give them this, but the problem is that as we consume more and more antibiotics through the food which we eat, it affects us in the long term, and our own sensitivity to antibiotics. For example, if you need antibiotics for surgery and so on and so forth. So these are problems which we are learning, we are much more aware of only recently, and we must do much more to change this. And Indonesia is actually there. You have the scientists to do this kind of work. In fact, some of the people in Bogor have been thinking about these issues and other issues, so what we really need is a policy of thinking about food security in relation to nutrition and thinking about the population of Indonesia first and foremost, rather than thinking about how to maximize foreign exchange earnings from exporting, because that is the ideology of cash crop culture, okay? The fixation with cash crops. And this, I think, is the big challenge which we face today. And it's not going to be easy because the transition has already been made towards much more commercial farming rather than much more, facing the needs of our own peoples. And so the challenges of Indonesia are very specific to Indonesia. You cannot generalize from the challenges which we face elsewhere. But I would strongly recommend that you open up a strong conversation and not allow the transnational food companies to dictate this. I'm told that in Indonesia, for example, Cargill is determining what goes into the school feeding programs. That is very, very sad. In Malaysia, we have a similar problem where there is another transnational company which is more or less supplying almost all the food for the school feeding programs. Instead, what we have been proposing is what you have in Brazil, what you have in China and in other places, where you try to strengthen your support farmers to produce these needs, and so you prioritize the food security, you prioritize the nutrition of the people of Indonesia first and foremost, and this will require some protection. But the problem right now is that this is not allowed by World Trade Organization rules. So it is not as simple and straightforward as I would like to suggest it is. But I think Indonesians, scientists and researchers know these challenges which you face much better than anybody else can tell you. So, let me stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jomo. So, Mr. Aswin, that's the answer for your questions. I hope you are satisfied, because this is very, as Professor Jomo already said, because this is not a very simple question, not very simple answer for this question.
So, Professor Jono, should Indonesia have, we should have self-sufficiency in rice? For example, until now, we're still importing rice from Thailand and so on. So, what do you think about that, Mr. Jomo?
Well, the problem is, as you know, Java is very heavily populated. You're shifting the capital to South Kalimantan, and there are many demographic challenges which you face in Indonesia, which need to be addressed. The amount of land which is available for planting rice. So I am against the obsession in Malaysia about rice self-sufficiency. And the main reason for this was that this policy started from the colonial period, because the British wanted to minimize the use of foreign exchange to import rice for the laboring population of the country. So I'm fundamentally opposed to this. And just for your information, Malaysia provided more foreign exchange for the British economy after World War II. When after Hitler destroyed the industries of Britain, the main source of foreign exchange was actually Malaysia, and from rubber and tin and so on and so forth. So now Indonesia, you have your own specific challenges, but rice self-sufficiency to me is not a necessarily a important preoccupation. Okay. The big problem, I think, going forward is that there are less and less people less and less rice production because of, for example, I was referring to the problems of producing rice in Vietnam. So once you have those problems, this is going to be a big problem. Now, China is still exporting rice because more and more people in China are eating wheat. But even our rice eating habits are not very good.
Yeah.
There was a Nobel Prize given for medicine to a Dutch researcher in Batavia in 1929, if I'm not mistaken, and that was over the question of vitamin B, which is in the I don't know what use in the term used in Indonesia, the dedak.
The duck, or it's
Yes, the duck.
yeah, kind of, yeah.
It's the same, the duck.
Yeah. So we don't eat rice as it is grown. We eat white rice because we have become accustomed to it. But in the polishing of the rice, we are getting rid of some very, very important micronutrients, because it is important to recognize that our physical as well as our cognitive development requires not only enough so-called macronutrients like carbohydrates and proteins, but it also requires very important micronutrients, vitamins, minerals, trace elements, and so on. And we also need away from rice, because excessive caloric consumption is mainly responsible for problems like diabetes, for example, because eating far too much, because much of our work today does not require so much physical work, but we're still eating as much rice, but we're doing less work. So so we are putting on weight, and we're becoming less healthy, and so on and so forth. So these are specific problems. I mean, I'm not telling anybody who knows about nutrition knows these problems, but you have to remember that even in the US, science was compromised. The research done at Harvard in the 1960s claimed that the problem of heart disease was due to cholesterol.
Cholesterol, right?
And not due to sugar. Okay, this research was funded by the Sugar Foundation of the United States.
Very interesting.
And the man, one of the three principal researchers, was writing the U.S. dietary guidelines for decades after that. After he retired, you can see, if you look at what the U.S. dietary guidelines are now, they don't even talk about cholesterol. And things like telur, eggs are recommended. Before telur itu cholesterol tinggi. And so what we see is that the science itself has been compromised. And I think Professor Boye knows this. This is not a problem of the US alone, but it is more serious in the US. And this didn't happen to last year. It happened in the 1960s, and it came from the great Harvard University. So you have to recognize that these things were, I was referring to the Nobel Prize in Medicine. That research done in Batavia, at least the Dutch researcher used the duck to experiment, to look at the effects on chicken. But in Malaysia, the British scientist who was doing the similar research. He actually forced people to have different diets. Diets with or without the duck. So without the duck, you found that you didn't have vitamin B, and because you didn't have vitamin B, you had beriberi. Which was a problem in the old days. Nowadays, you don't have beriberi because you get it from you get vitamin B from other sources. So it is very important to have a holistic view of nutrition in order to overcome some of these challenges. I'm sorry it takes so long, but it is not. I didn't even answer your last question, Pak Aswin, but I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jomo, Mr. Aswin. Probably before we close this question and answering session, I would like to ask Professor Boye for his insight on Mr. Aswin's question. Professor, if you may.
Yes, I've been trained in health economics. And one of my findings is that the diet, for example, if you look the diet of South European countries like Greece, Crete, and so on, with olive oil, vegetables, good life, and good air, they have 6 or 7 years life expectancy more. And on the contrary, when you go to US, when everybody, or in Mexico, where everybody is drinking 1 liter of Coke every day, you have obesity and you have a lot of risk. So one of my very impressive findings is that hospitals are important when you don't care about the diets. And so it is, and again, the privatization of health organization in US disregard prevention. So my good argument should be in everyday life, most of the risks of health hazard are discarded by the fact that the big pharma want to sell big medicine. And I was amazed when the president of Moderna announced this year we have $35 billion more by the third wave. So imagine. And I think it will be the task of government, and it is the question begins in school. When you have a bad nutrition in school, it lasts all your life long. So my core argument for my health specialty was I was studying hospitalization. Look at everyday life, and most of the risks are, and not to forget pollution, hazard due to agricultural pesticide, and so on. If you had everything, pollution and F attack and so on, the major task should be to solve the society-wide problem. So it was a totally amazing conclusion. The solution of healthcare is not in highly sophisticated medicines, but it is in everyday life incorporation of prevention. Okay. So and again, you have the fight between big pharma at the international level and the knowledge at the local level in order to defend this point of view. And in what is very bothering me, for example, the French health institution has been giving all the data on the COVID to Google. My Lord, this should not be done. This data should be used by the Minister of Health to derive good policy. So imagine the rate of dependency. So clearly, the question posed by Professor Jomo is very important. You have a privatization issue of research, of agenda, of school training, and so on. It is why you need a new strengthening of national government, not in the sense of nationalistic, but solving the everyday problems of citizens. And prevention is a wonderful example. You can do many things without having big science.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor Boye. Mr. Aswin, I hope we can sum up your question. Okay, so basically what I wanted to sum up is like different area play parts in context or meaning of the food security itself, yeah, Professor Jomo. So rather than type of food, probably we could take more notice on the composition or of a balance of a diet or nutrition, as Professor Jomo said earlier. So thank you again, professors. I was given information that Professor Tulus has to leave the room for a while, but will be joining us again later. Professor Boye, Professor Jomo, Professor Tulus, again, thank you so much for your time and your yes. Oh yes, Mr. Faru.
Yeah, maybe I would like to add something.
Please.
Yeah. So from what we have heard from our discussions, yeah, there are many interesting words, yeah, that we have listened, such as Professor Baye said, Europe share the same Europe, but contrasted policy, and then Professor Jomo said, look much more complex, not only the distinction between despotic and non-despotic. And also Professor Boye said, you should know your own society. And Professor Jomo said, the importance of nutrition. I think these terms is interesting because it looks simple, but I think these are methodological terms. So I think it should be noted in this conclusion. Okay, Bu Muguna, please.
Again, thank you, Mr. Fahru. So in short, crisis in general and COVID-19 pandemic in particular do not have to be viewed as something negative, yeah, professors. As our esteemed speakers already pointed out and discussed earlier, there's a saying that I think should fit properly here. Probably some of you already heard this saying, beauty or art is in the eyes of the beholder. So perhaps in this case, we could say that a crisis, how big and how scary it is also in the eyes of the beholder. Some of us may view it as a positive way and gain something from it, or we can view it negatively and deprive ourselves from opportunities lying ahead. So I hope, guys, participant, everybody who's joining us still here, would see this as an opportunity to grow more from this discussion and the information given by our speakers. Professor Tulus already joining us again. Thank you, Professor Tulus. Oh, okay, before we concluded this session, I would like us to have a certificate. Oh, okay. Professor, before we finish, I would like to inform you that after this session, we have a press conference session, Professor. So I hope
10 minutes.
Only 10 minutes. Please, I hope you can join us for the press conference session after this one. So now I would, and with that, our main session today is concluded, and I would like to transfer the next part again of our seminar back to our Master of Ceremony. Miss Cheryl, the room is yours. Thank you, Professor, again.
Thank you very much to our moderator who has led today's discussion, and also thank you very much to our speakers who has gives us knowledge and may it will be useful in our daily life. Okay, this time I would like to call the speakers again, Mr. Robert Boaye, Professor Jomo KS, and Professor Tulus Tambunan to receive the certificate as the speakers of our event today. And kindly please the Dean, Dr. Dian Wicaksi Ariftiara, SEAK, MAK, CA, CSRS, to pass on symbolically the certificate from Jesica 2021 to our honorable outstanding speaker today. Okay. Here's the certificate. The first one to Professor Robert Boaye.
Okay, Professor Robert Boaye, please accept the certificate as my gratitude to have you here and for your remarkable topic and presentation.
It was my pleasure, and it was a pleasure to interact with you.
Okay.
Okay, we will have a photo session with Bela Negara pose. Yeah. Mr. Boaye, with your right hand and place it in front of your chest. Okay.
Professor Boaye, could you please raise your right hand and then put it on your left chest, like this?
Our Bela Negara.
This is our sign of Bela Negara, nationality.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Great, Professor Boaye.
Again, Prof, if you may, put your right hand to your left chest area. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you, Professor. And the next one is the certificate for Professor Jomo KS.
Okay, to Professor Jomo, please accept the certificate to appreciate your insightful presentation and topic. Thank you very much, Professor Jomo.
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. And this the reason I wore this red shirt is for the Merah Putih.
Yeah.
Okay, we will hold a photo session again with Bela Negara pose.
Bela Negara.
Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, Professor Jomo. And last but not least, the certificate for Professor Tulus Tambunan.
Thank you very much. It was a very pleasure
Professor
be with
Tulus
you.
Tambunan, I handed this certificate to appreciate your fruitful topics and discussion this
Thank you very much.
evening.
Thank you very much.
Okay, again, we will have photo session with Bella Negara pose. Yep. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Okay, again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so
Bella
much.
Negara.
Yeah, Bella Negara. Okay, thank you so much. And the
You're
next
welcome.
one, I would like to call the moderator, Dr. Miguna Astuti, SSIMM, MOSCPM, and Mr. Fahru Nofrian, PhD, and kindly please the Dean Representative 1, Dr. Niputu Eka Widyastuti, SEMSI, to pass on symbolically the certificate. Okay, and the first one to our moderator.
Thank you, MC. Dr. Miguna Astuti, please accept this symbolic certificate. Thank you very much for your participation as moderator on the first Jesica International Conference. May God bless you for always. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Niputu Eka Widyastuti. It is my great pleasure to join you today.
Okay, again, we will have photo session with Bella Negara pose. Okay, 1, 2, 3, cheese. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much to our moderator. And next to our co-moderator, to Mr. Fahru Nofrian, PhD. Okay.
Mr. Fahru, I really appreciate for you. Please accept this symbolically certificate as moderator this evening. Thank you so much, and may God bless you for always.
Thank you, Bu Eka.
Okay, we will have photo session again with Bella Negara pose. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, we finally come to the end of today's agenda. Let us close the seminar by reciting Hamdalah, Alhamdulillahirabbil Alamin. Those are the agendas we have presented to you all this afternoon, and we hope you learned something. And I would like to apologize from the deepest of my heart for my mistakes in presenting this event. And don't forget to join with us again tomorrow. And thank you very much for your kind attention. See you on the next day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Stay safe, stay healthy, dan salam bela negara.
Yeah. For those who would like to join us for the press conference, especially our speakers, Professor Boye, Professor
Siapa lagi Pak Yudi?
from Neraca.
Neraca keuangan.
Because it's your field, Professor Tulus, finance, right? So of course we invited the newspaper that
Money is beautiful. No money, no power. Uci, lampu ini matiin aja. Matiin. Ya oke deh, oke. Ya oke. Matiin nggak lampu?
Mr. Daniel from Mr. Daniel from Sinar Harapan and Mr. Deden from Neraca.
Banten.
From Neraca Banten ya.
Banten.
Oh, from Banten. I hope you already join us. Pak Deden, Pak Daniel, apa kabar Bapak?
Pak Deden, where are you?
We are experiencing technical difficulties, I think, Professor. So I hope you could please patiently.
Who is that Z?
Z is our MC, Professor Tulus. Yes, Miss Cheryl.
Oh, I thought Zoro.
That's the Zoro, Professor.
Wahru, why your video up and down?
Selamat malam Pak Bari dari Neraca. Selamat datang Bapak.
No respond.
Pak Bari.
Selamat malam Pak Bari.
Don't be shy, just show your face.
I hope you would welcome, will be okay with me as being a translator, professors. If you are unable to speak in Indonesia, I will hopefully could help you to translate. But I think Professor Jomo is going to be okay. Ya, Professor?
Bahasa Melayu, bahasa Melayu.
Ya.
Pak Daniel, ketik Pak Daniel. Taruh di sini.
Pak Daniel dari Sinar, boleh mohon izin agar dinyalakan kameranya Bapak, Pak Bari dari Neraca. Mohon izin agar dinyalakan kameranya sehingga bisa kami pin dan bergabung bersama dengan speakers kami. Pak Deden, Bapak Muhammad Deden Budiman,
Ya.
Sudah open cam?
Sudah.
Terima kasih Pak Deden.
Oke, siap.
Okay, Professor, this is Mr. Deden from
Banten.
From Banten ya, Pak Deden ya. Dari Banten ya, Pak Deden?
Ya, betul, Bu.
Jauh ya, Pak ya. Saya di Jakarta, Pak.
Siap.
Mohon izin, kita masih menunggu Bapak Bari. We are still waiting for Mr. Bari. Mr. Bari already open cam.
Pak Bari sudah. Sama Pak Daniel, coba.
Pak Daniel, mohon izin Bapak, apabila bisa menyalakan kamera sehingga bisa kami pin dan join bersama dengan para speakers. Pak Bari dari Neraca, selamat datang Bapak. Perhaps while we are still waiting also for Mr. Daniel to join us, we could start the press conference for today's session. Pak Deden, Pak Bari, sambil menunggu Pak Daniel, kita langsung saja Bapak untuk mulai press conference-nya. Saya persilakan apabila ada pertanyaan, mungkin poin-poinnya bisa disampaikan kepada speakers, pertanyaannya apa, kalau perlu bantuan nanti akan saya bantu translate. Silahkan mungkin dari Pak Deden terlebih dahulu atau dari Pak Bari mungkin. Selamat malam Pak Daniel, selamat bergabung Bapak.
Ya, selamat malam Bu, selamat malam. Terima kasih Bu.
Baik, Bapak Deden, Pak Bari, Pak Daniel, kita akan mulai press conference. Selamat datang juga Ibu Dian Wicaksi selaku Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Pak Bari, Pak Deden, dan Pak Daniel, saya persilahkan apabila ada pertanyaan kepada narasumber kita, Profesor Robert Boye, Profesor Tulus, dan Profesor Jomo. Pertanyaan dapat diajukan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Apabila ada kesulitan, nanti bisa saya bantu translatekan, Bapak.
Saya mungkin langsung aja. Pertanyaan saya sebenarnya tantangan apa yang menurut narasumber yang terberat setelah pandemi COVID berlangsung selama 2 tahun ini, karena kita tahu bahwa pandemi ini memukul hampir semua negara di dunia, dan kira-kira membutuhkan waktu berapa lama lagi untuk bisa kembali ke situasi yang ya kalau mungkin normal untuk susah, tapi mungkin lebih baik dari saat ini. Dia dalam situasi normal dari sisi ekonomi ya, bukan dalam situasi apa perilaku kehidupan kita, bukan, tapi dari sisi ekonominya maksud saya.
Baik.
Mungkin bisa ditangkap poinnya.
Baik, Pak Daniel. Insya Allah bisa, Pak Daniel. Professor Boye, this is the first question from Mr. Daniel. He's asking from your point of view, what is the biggest challenge do you think after this pandemic COVID, after almost more than 1 year? Pandemic of COVID, what is the biggest challenge? Because it happens in every countries, and how long do you think will it go back to normal economically, or if not normal, probably better?
New normal.
Please, Professor Boye.
Okay, so nobody can say because, as I mentioned, you have a very uncertain duration. So in various scenarios, maybe the present vaccine are efficient and then the pandemic stops, or it becomes a chronic disease like flu. So nobody knows. And the first teaching would be modesty of biological science. Any new virus or pandemic is a challenge to knowledge. The second conclusion should be to be prepared to pandemia. So again, it is very important to strengthen the network of detecting the emergence of new virus in order to have a common response. Third result, it will be a struggle during the next year between nationalism in terms of health and the need to build cooperative institutions. So it will be, I think, a long transition. Don't expect an easy end of the pandemic. Anticipate, on the contrary, a very turbulent path into the pandemic, and in between, trying to solve short-term problems while building the institution. And my concern is that we need very sophisticated and dedicated political leaders, and it's not all evident all over the world.
Bisa nimbrung nih.
Silakan Prof. Tulus, Pak Daniel nanti translation-nya akan saya kasih ya Pak Daniel.
Ini pertanyaannya bagus sekali nih Daniel. Jadi susah ya waktunya. Saya setuju dengan tuh Profesor dari Prancis. Tapi tiap negara berbeda. Kita bisa lihat Cina mungkin tahun 2020 pertama kali negara pertama yang boleh dikatakan berhasil ya, Wuhan. Bahkan kita lihat di CNN atau di mana tuh mereka resmi selesai dengan COVID dengan kembang api yang waduh ya, di Wuhan tuh kembang apinya hebat sekali tuh. Di negara lain, Italia repot sekali, lama sekali bisa recovery. Jadi tergantung semampu mana kita bisa recovery, dan ini tergantung kerjasama antara pemerintah dan masyarakat di satu pihak, dan strategi yang dipilih oleh pemerintah itu sendiri. Coba kita bayangkan, kalau andai kata masyarakat Indonesia mau kerjasama mendengar himbauan pemerintah waktu Idul Fitri kemarin, jangan pulang kampung, kita tidak akan mengalami krisis setelah Idul Fitri. Tapi gara-gara kita nggak mau dengar, kita pulang kampung, kita mengalami krisis kembali fase kedua setelah Idul Fitri. Nah itu memperlambat lagi, mesti lagi semi lockdown, mesti lagi diterapkan belajar di rumah, tutup toko, akhirnya delay. Makanya sekarang pemerintah mengeluarkan peraturan jangan liburan Natal dan Tahun Baru, mudah-mudahan masyarakat dengar. Jangan nanti Januari kumat lagi. Jadi tergantung masyarakat serius apa enggak. Di Korea Selatan sangat serius, di Taiwan sangat serius. Vietnam tadi disebut juga oleh profesor dari Malaysia, saya setuju. Orang Vietnam itu serius. Walaupun pemerintah itu juga kombinasikan pemerintah yang strict ya. Biasanya negara komunis sangat strict, nggak ada tawar menawar. Tapi di Indonesia ini kayak di Amerika Serikat tawar menawar terus ya, kritik kiri, demonstrasi kanan. Kayak tadi reuni 212 mau demonstrasi. Udah tahu bahwa jangan ngumpul dulu ya, mau demonstrasi ribuan orang di Jakarta itu kan lagi-lagi tidak ada kekompakan. Jadi sangat tergantung, bisa bervariasi. Ada yang cepat karena kompak, ditambah lagi dengan strategi yang tepat ya. Jadi jangan, mungkin tidak perlu lockdown, gimana cara membuka toko, dibatasi 50% nonton di bioskop, oke, kayak gitu-gitu ya. Tergantung gimana cara strategi, tapi juga kekompakan dengan masyarakat. Kira-kira itu jawaban saya.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Tulus. Selanjutnya Prof. Jomo, please.
Ya, terima kasih. Saya setuju dengan apa yang telah disuarakan oleh dua teman saya tadi, Profesor Boye dan Profesor Tulus. Ingin saya tambah 2-3 perkara. Yang masalah besar sekali sekarang ialah perusahaan-perusahaan yang mengeluarkan vaksin, yang mengeluarkan ujian, testing, yang mengeluarkan kelengkapan dan sebagainya, semuanya ingin mencari laba, ingin mencari untung. Mereka kurang mempedulikan krisis yang melanda dunia sekarang. Oleh demikian, mereka lebih mementingkan itu dan disokong juga oleh pemerintah mereka. Oleh demikian, kita dapati bahawa saranan daripada India dan Afrika Selatan yang didukung oleh lebih dari 100 negeri-negeri membangun tidak diterima oleh negeri-negeri kaya, dan sampai sekarang kita tidak dapat mengurangkan kos-kos untuk mengeluarkan alat-alat yang perlu untuk melawan wabak ini. Ini menjadi bagi saya menjadi masalah besar. Jadi masih lebih daripada separuh daripada dunia tidak disuntik vaksin, dan kita juga dapati terutama sekali di negeri-negeri miskin, di negeri-negeri membangun, masalah ini akan merebak. Kita dapati bahwa baru-baru ini dengan varian apa yang dikatakan Omicron yang dikatakan timbul bermula di Afrika Selatan, sebenarnya ini bermula sebetulnya bukan daripada Afrika Selatan, bermula dari Eropah, tetapi mula dikesan oleh seorang saintis Afrika Selatan namanya Dr. Kudzi, saintis wanita. Dan ini kita dapati bahawa apabila Afrika Selatan mengumumkan penemuan ini, Afrika Selatan pula dan ramai daripada orang daripada Afrika yang ingin masuk Eropah dan sebagainya tidak diizinkan masuk. Kononnya kerana mungkin akan membawa varian Omicron ini. Maka kita dapati bahawa kerjasama antara bangsa yang perlu, ya, ini terus dihalang oleh kepentingan-kepentingan mereka yang kaya, dan kita dapati juga dengan adanya apa yang dikatakan perang dingin kedua, kerjasama sikit sekali. Misalnya Cuba telah menemui 3 jenis vaksin. Tetapi Cuba tidak mempunyai kemampuan, tidak mempunyai fasilitas untuk mengeluarkan vaksin itu pada peringkat yang luas. Ya. Mereka sanggup untuk memberi itu tetapi kita dapati bahawa kerjasama itu tidak terdapat, dan kerana Kuba itu sudah lama menghadapi ketegangan dengan Amerika Syarikat, kita dapati bahawa terus dipulaukan. Ya. Maka kita dapati, pendek kata, yang menjadi masalah besar, kurangnya kerjasama yang ikhlas untuk melawan ini. Mereka percaya bahawa dengan adanya vaksin, masalah ini sudah selesai. Sedangkan sebenarnya belum selesai. Sekian.
Baik, thank you Prof. Boye for the answer, Prof. Jomo and Prof. Tulus. Pak Daniel, demikian jawabannya. Tadi untuk jawaban dari Prof. Boye, I hope it's okay for you, Prof, because I already translated and send it to Mr. Daniel as per what your answer. Selanjutnya Pak Deden, Pak Bari, Pak Daniel, mungkin apabila ada pertanyaan kepada penyelenggara, yaitu dari UPN Veteran Jakarta dan Fakultas Ekonomi, bisa diajukan kepada Ibu Dekan kami. Silakan Pak.
Boleh Mbak. Ya, Bismillah. Mohon izin.
Pak Deden terlebih dahulu, mungkin Pak Bari mohon izin ya Pak.
Oke.
Baik, silakan Pak Deden.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Halo.
Silakan Pak Deden.
Suara saya jelas? Jelas Bu,
jelas,
suara saya?
Pak. Jelas Pak. Silakan.
Seperti yang kita ketahui bahwa penerapan vaksin di Indonesia sampai saat ini belum 100%. Untuk di Banten sendiri kisaran 70%. Pemerintah sekarang kesulitan untuk memaksin warga yang 30%-nya itu karena sudah termakan berita hoak terlebih dahulu. Nah, yang ingin saya tanyakan, apa upaya pemerintah yang harus dilakukan sehingga warga masyarakat Indonesia bisa tervaksin 100%? Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, terima kasih banyak Pak Deden. Izinkan saya mentranslate ya Pak Deden dalam bahasa Inggris. Prof. Boye, Prof. Tulus, and Prof. Jomo, the question from Mr. Deden is that as we know, the vaccination in Indonesia specifically is not yet 100%. In Banten, Mr. Deden area, right now is only achieving 70%. And the government in Banten has problems to reach out to the rest of 30% of the community for the vaccination, because the community already being fed up by lies like hoax news. So from your point of view, professors, what kind of effort should be done by the government to help these problems? Prof. Boye?
Yes, I'm here. I will respond. I think I don't know sufficiently your society to respond. In the case of France, let me mention the strategy has been to introduce a certificate allowing to have an everyday life if you are vaccinated. So in a sense, you have been using an intermediate incentive in between obligation and free will. So in a sense, we try to convince. The big drama is that maybe 10% of the French people don't want, for philosophical reason, to be vaccinated. So it is a very difficult question. But what is impressing me is that the new chancellor in Germany, in spite of the full respect of land autonomy, is now considering passing a law to make compulsory vaccination. So it is interesting. Imagine you have a huge surge of mortality in Indonesia, and then people realize by everyday life that they are losing their mother, their father, and so on. And so they have to reassess their ideological appreciation of the danger of vaccine. But what is very impressive is that to be solved on every country case. I'm not any medication, so this is why I've been speaking about France. but it is a very difficult task to convince. Last but not least, in the case of France, governments have promised many times the return to very good days. And the false promise has been generating mistrust in the speech of officials. So my firm advice should be, government, be careful. They should declare the following: we have no definite solution. We will improvise rationally given the dynamics of the virus. Please trust us and try to incorporate the fact that global immunity is the only solution to be out of the crisis. So it will be a kind of frank admission that we don't master anything. Do your best in the rest of civil society, but it is very difficult.
Thank you, Professor Boye. Please, Professor Tulus.
Sebetulnya prinsipnya pemerintah ada dua pilihan. Satu memaksa, dua tidak memaksa, tapi insentif. Memaksa itu seperti kita harus punya KTP, kita harus punya RBWS, itu memaksa secara undang-undang. Kenapa kita patuh punya RBWS kalau punya mobil? Kenapa kita bisa patuh punya KTP? Ini kan dipaksa. Awalnya kita kan juga malas dulu waktu baru lahir ngurus KTP air gitu-gitu ya. Kenapa kita mesti punya NPWP? Itu juga sesuatu paksaan tapi lewat regulasi. Ada konsekuensinya. Pemerintah bisa itu. Kedua, atau pilih insentif. Insentif bisa bagi dua lagi. Insentif positif, insentif negatif. Insentif positif itu kayak misalnya kalau dia ikut dapat ekstra dana bantuan sosial ditambah gitu ya, kayak gitu lah. Negatif gitu, misalnya tidak bisa ikut haji umroh kalau tidak menunjukkan bahwa dia sudah vaksin. Banyak sekali bisa kok. Hanya ini ada masalah kemauan aja, kira-kira gitu.
Terima kasih, Prof. Tulus. Prof. Jomo, if you please, your insight on this matter.
Sebetulnya kalau dibanding secara internasional, 70% itu dianggap agak tinggi ya, bukan rendah ya. Namun demikian penting kita cuba meningkatkan lagi kalau boleh. Saya setuju dengan apa yang dijawab oleh Profesor Tulus tadi dari segi usaha-usaha yang boleh diambil dengan paksa ataupun dengan memberi perangsang ataupun insentif. Dan itu adalah pilihan-pilihan yang ada pada pemerintah.
Baik, thank you Prof. Jomo for the answer. Terima kasih Pak Deden. Nanti untuk jawaban dari Prof. Boye saya translate dan saya kirim ya Pak Deden.
Oke, siap. Terima kasih.
Silakan Pak Bari, mungkin ada pertanyaan apakah ke speaker atau ke penyelenggara, bisa ditanyakan kepada Ibu Dekan kami.
Ya, selamat malam, saya Bari dari Neraca. Ada beberapa pertanyaan, Mbak. Boleh minta tolong ditranslate ya. Oke.
Siapkan dulu nih alat tulis. Silakan Pak.
Jadi saat ini kan ada virus varian baru ya, yang Omikron itu. Dan kira-kira menurut pandangan pakar, apakah terutama untuk Indonesia ya, apakah Indonesia harus menerapkan lockdown seperti negara-negara lain? Karena kan ada beberapa negara lain juga sudah menerapkan lockdown untuk menghindari virus varian baru ini. Dan dampaknya seperti apa kalau lockdown, dan kalau tidak lockdown dampaknya seperti apa? Karena kan ekonomi kita lagi sedang tumbuh-tumbuhnya nih. Kemarin kan BPS juga bilang naiknya hampir 7% kan pertumbuhannya kita. Yang kedua, untuk Prof. Tulus, tadi saya sempat lihat juga tentang fintech ya Pak. Saat ini kan literasi keuangan di Indonesia masih rendah ya. Sementara itu fintech itu tumbuhannya kencang ya, untuk financial technology. Di sisi lain juga ada masalah soal data, keamanan data, kemudian soal legalitas. Menurut Pak Tulus, kira-kira bagaimana Pak cara menangannya agar seirama gitu perkembangan fintech dan keamanan data ini berjalan dengan baik? Terus untuk Prof. Jomo, juga tentang kerjasama antar negara. Kira-kira kerjasama antar negara yang konkret itu seperti apa Pak untuk menangani problem seperti ini?
Silakan mungkin Prof. Tulus bisa
Ya,
menjawab
boleh,
terlebih
tapi
dahulu.
rame sekali
Ya.
itu ada kerusuhan apa suaranya baik sekali yang mute dulu.
Ya, baik.
Baik, sebetulnya kalau dalam pembangunan menuju financial inclusion itu termasuk meningkatkan pengetahuan masyarakat mengenai keuangan, jadi literasi soal keuangan. Itu juga yang diupayakan oleh OJK selama ini, literasi keuangan. Sampai saya nggak tahu sampai sekarang sudah berapa persen tercapai literasi keuangan, terutama masyarakat kelas bawah ya, terutama di pedesaan. Dan saya setuju bahwa kalau kita mau financial inclusion termasuk adanya fintech, karena kita tidak bisa menghindar. Ini sudah kemajuan teknologi, sama seperti dari era naik kuda ke era mobil, kita nggak bisa menghindar. Satu-satunya bagaimana kita membuat mobil yang lebih aman dan lebih efisien. Tapi kita nggak bisa kembali ke era kuda, mobil kita buang, nggak bisa. Demikian juga dengan fintech, e-commerce, udah nggak bisa. Jadi mau nggak mau kita mesti terima, tapi saya setuju dengan Anda. Dan ini semua orang sepakat, mesti bersama dengan berupaya mengamankan data dan sebagainya. Ini saya rasa yang sedang diusahakan oleh pemerintah. Termasuk ini loh, hijacker ini ya, jangan bisa sampai masuk segala macam. Ini dunia pun lagi mengupayakan. Jadi saya tidak setuju kalau kita bilang, oh pemerintah kayaknya kurang serius nih. Menurut saya udah serius sih, tapi sedang diupayakan karena biasanya maling itu lebih pintar daripada polisi pada akhirnya. Polisi dapat teknologi A, maling dapat teknologi A kuadrat. Jadi bisa aja hidup terus. Jadi demikian juga dengan soal data keamanan. Tapi saya setuju, mesti serentak. Saya kira itu.
Baik, demikian mungkin Pak Bari, jawaban dari Prof. Tulus ya Pak Bari. Selanjutnya Prof. Jomo, perhaps the question for you. Do you need me to repeat, Prof. Jomo?
No.
Diulang?
Terima kasih Pak
Okay.
Bari atas soalan itu. Sebenarnya sekurang-kurangnya dua jenis bantuan antar bangsa itu perlu. Satu untuk meluluskan apa yang telah disarankan oleh negara Afrika Selatan dan India, yaitu untuk gantung, untuk suspend peruntukan yang berkaitan dengan apa yang dikatakan hak milik intelektual, ya, untuk membolehkan negeri-negeri yang miskin untuk mengeluarkan barang-barang yang perlu untuk lawan COVID dengan harga yang lebih murah. Itu yang utama. Yang kedua, kita dapati sekarang misalnya ada COVAX, ya, ada COVAX, tetapi lebih daripada 50 negeri tidak menurunkan nama-nama mereka, kerana COVAX itu bukan percuma. COVAX itu masih mahal, dan mereka tidak mampu untuk membeli COVAX. Maka oleh kerana itu penting, ya, kerana wabak ini mengancam semua negeri, ya, semua rakyat di dunia. Oleh kerana itu penting kalau semua orang dapat vaksin, ya, tidak kira sama ada mereka mampu ataupun tidak. Maka itu memerlukan bantuan, dan ini telah disarankan oleh IMF, ya. Tetapi itu juga belum diterima oleh negeri-negeri kaya. Mereka menyarankan di sekitar 50 bilion, ya, jumlah yang cukup kecil kalau dibanding dengan perbelanjaan untuk tentera laut barat yang ingin masuk negeri lautan Cina Selatan, ya, kononnya untuk membantu kita, walaupun kami tidak pernah minta. Ya, saya rasa kita Indonesia pun juga tidak pernah minta, ya. Jadi ini menjadi prioritas sekarang yang mengherotkan prioritas kerjasama antara bangsa. Jadi dengan sendirinya soal perang dingin, ya, yang timbul ini bukan sesuatu yang membantu. Namun demikian, kita harus mengakui bahawa kalau kita rujuk balik kepada perang dingin yang pertama, ya, antara Uni Soviet dengan Amerika Syarikat dulu, pada satu ketika dulu tahun 78 kalau tak silap saya, Jimmy Carter pernah cabar Uni Soviet telah cabar Amerika Syarikat dan Jimmy Carter telah menerima cabaran itu untuk menghapuskan smallpox. Saya tidak tahu apa istilah smallpox di Indonesia. Cacar. Cacar itu pox ya, tapi smallpox itu cacar. Kita sama-sama paham lah ya apa yang saya maksudkan. Jadi cabaran itu diterima oleh Jimmy Carter dan dalam tempoh 10 tahun smallpox sudah masuk tong sampah sejarah. Ya, tidak ada lagi. Ya, ini menunjukkan bahawa kadang-kala dalam konteks perang, kalau ada persaingan yang sehat dalam kes ini untuk ini membantu juga. Tetapi dalam perang dingin yang ada sekarang antara Barat dengan negeri China belum kelihatan faedahnya. Sekian.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Jomo. Prof. Boye, this is the last question from one of the reporter, Mr. Bari. He is from Neraca newspaper, a finance newspaper, professor. So he's asking regarding the new variant virus of corona. He's asking your point of view whether in Indonesia should be a new lockdown regarding those new variants or not, and what do you think the implication if Indonesia implementing the lockdown and it's not regarding the economic growth, because now the economic growth in Indonesia is beginning to grow again, but then if there's the lockdown, what kind of implication, and if not, what kind of implication for Indonesia, please?
Okay, very large question. The first one, the lockdown is a very crude measure because clearly you are stopping a world society. So the alternative, for example, would be to stop flights from Australia, giving time for the government to accept again new travelers, but with tests, quarantine, and so on, in order to stop and to take time to organize it. But because in the long run, with the huge mobility of air flights, the virus will go on every continent. So it cannot be stopped, but it can give time to accommodate the society. But then you need again a lot of testing. For example, in the case of France, we need to detect if it is the Omicron or if it is the Delta virus. And the underinvestment in biological analysis make this difficult. So you have to prepare yourself to have the minimal impediment to the economy. The big question is the following. Does the panic is so wide that financial markets are fearful of a new recession, and then the next thing should be a slump in international trade. So I think the danger are not the direct one, the consequence. And another danger is that a kind of the dilemma of protectionism. Everybody is trying to protect itself from the virus, and if so, they are so clumsy that they, in fact, are spreading the virus. So the big drama is the evolution between short-term and long-term, and nationalism and public good. So it will be a very difficult evolution, and basic, nobody has mentioned it. Then you suffer from the underinvestment in healthcare. So the big question, even rich countries have underinvested in prevention, in labs to detect. So the limiting factor in order to prevent stay at home and lockdown, you need to be well prepared to test the relevant population. But in some case, the underinvestment has been such that you cannot do. So you understand again the interest of my anthropogenetic model. In the long run, your system has to be resilient with the possible pandemic. And the next one could be the resistance to antibiotics. So I've been speaking with a French professor in epidemiology. The next might be the pandemic linked to the overuse of antibiotics. So but you have to be prepared by addressing the organization of the society. So, and as we mentioned all over the conference, the crisis is a threat, but it is also a huge opportunity to reassess all the political institutions governing us. And it will depend on the relation of power within each society.
Thank you, Profesor Boye. Pak Bari, nanti kalau diperlukan akan saya kirimkan translation-nya dan rekamannya juga nanti akan mungkin dikirimkan oleh panitia untuk jawaban dari masing-masing narasumber. Thank you again, Professor Boye, Professor Tulus, Professor Jomo, for your kind participation in this press conference. Next, mungkin selanjutnya, next for the session for the committee and especially for our Dean of Faculty. Silahkan kalau dari Bapak Deden atau Pak Bari dan Pak Daniel ada pertanyaan kepada Ibu Dian Wicaksi selaku Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis terkait penyelenggaraan acara ini.
Mohon izin.
Silakan Pak Deden.
Ya, untuk Ibu Dekan yang ingin saya pertanyakan, upaya apa yang dilakukan UPN Veteran Jakarta dalam menanggulangi khususnya perekonomian di saat COVID ini, dilihat dari sisi-sisi akademisinya. Terima kasih.
Ya, langsung saja ya, Bu Miguna ya.
Silakan Bu Dian.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Deden atas pertanyaannya. Jadi langkah apa yang dilakukan oleh akademisi ya Pak ya, karena kita kan di sini adalah dosen dan mahasiswa, khususnya peneliti juga, untuk menanggulangi dampak dari COVID ya untuk yang perekonomian ya. Tentu saja yang pertama dari banyaknya kajian yang dilakukan oleh para dosen dan mahasiswa terkait dengan dampak COVID. Kemudian kita bekerja sama atau kita mengadakan banyak FGD ya, focus group discussion. Kita mengadakan banyak kajian seperti international conference seperti ini. Ini kan kita mengundang banyak pakar ya ekonom, tidak hanya dari Indonesia namun dari luar untuk best practice di negara masing-masing seperti apa, kemudian kita bisa terapkan di Indonesia, kita bisa usulkan ke pemerintah begitu. Kemudian peran Fakultas Ekonomi khususnya adalah dengan Tridharma. Kalau tadi riset Tridharma itu adalah pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Kalau tadi riset salah satu dari Tridharma. Kemudian dari pendidikan tentu saja kita mengedukasi mahasiswa. Dampak dari COVID itu apa? Kenapa kok sampai menyebabkan krisis? Lalu langkah apa yang harus dilakukan oleh pemerintah? Kebijakan apa yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah melalui pendidikan ya, melalui pengajaran kepada mahasiswa. Kita juga mengundang banyak praktisi untuk memberikan edukasi kepada mahasiswa ya, mengajarkan kepada mahasiswa. Kemudian pengabdian tentu saja ya, untuk menanggulangi dampak krisis, pengabdian kepada UMKM ya. Banyak sekali UMKM binaan kita yang terdampak oleh pandemi, kita berikan pendampingan untuk mereka, misalnya ya mereka karena tidak bisa beroperasi, PPKM tutup, akhirnya kehabisan modal, lalu kita adakan pembinaan untuk mereka akses, kita salurkan akses kepada permodalan, misalnya kepada fintech ya, industri jasa keuangan dan sebagainya. Nah itu melalui pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Kemudian pengabdian kepada korban yang terdampak ya, kita mengadakan bakti sosial. Itu seperti Tridharma yang terakhir, yaitu pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Mungkin itu ya langkah-langkah yang dilakukan oleh kampus, akademisi ya, kita dosen kolaborasi dengan mahasiswa begitu.
Baik, Pak Deden, demikian.
Oke, terima kasih.
Silakan Pak Daniel.
Ya, oke baik. Selamat malam Bu Dekan. Saya mungkin singkat aja Bu Dekan. Dengan berbagai kebijakan di bidang ekonomi yang diambil pemerintah untuk bangkit dari situasi krisis ini, seperti apa catatan dari Bu Dekan atau kolega di Universitas Pembangunan Veteran Jakarta? Kira-kira catatan untuk lebih cepat keluar dari situasi ini. Ya, syukur-syukur kalau ada solusi yang ditawarkan, tentu sangat menarik. Terima kasih, Bu Dekan.
Baik, silakan mungkin Bu Dian langsung.
Iya, terima kasih Pak Daniel. Kita sudah sangat melihat ya awal awal COVID ini ada di Indonesia, dengan cepat pemerintah itu sudah langsung mengeluarkan PP untuk PP untuk insentif bagi korban terdampak COVID. Ya. Dari awal memang APBN diarahkan ke sana. Ya. Kemudian sampai dengan APBN di 2021 fokus masih kepada aspek kesehatan dan pemulihan dampak COVID. Insentif yang digulirkan oleh pemerintah ini sebenarnya sudah efektif ya, namun tentu saja pada awal-awal ini karena data tidak dimiliki maka tidak tepat sasaran. Kemudian masyarakat kurang tersosialisasikan. Misalnya insentif untuk UMKM itu hanya berapa persen kemarin, ya, tidak sampai semua yang disediakan oleh pemerintah terserap begitu. PPH ditanggung pemerintah juga tidak semuanya perusahaan mengambilnya. Ini karena kurangnya sosialisasi dan kemudian konsekuensi dari mengambil insentif itu yang belum tersampaikan, akhirnya mereka harus melaporkan realisasinya berapa, misalnya seperti itu. Kemudian dilanjutkan dengan kebijakan 2021, tentu saja fokus terhadap pemulihan yaitu vaksin itu luar biasa ya. Baik focusing anggaran juga itu luar biasa karena di tahun 2021 fokusnya adalah penyediaan vaksin, yang ini saya rasa banyak pujian ya Pak ya. Indonesia ini bagaimana mengatasi atau bagaimana melakukan vaksin ini dibandingkan dengan negara lain. Nah, tentu saja ke depan tetap ya kita penguatan di bidang kesehatan, kemudian insentif itu tetap harus dilakukan ya, mengingat karena memang ketahanan perekonomian belum ada. Nah, mungkin juga didukung oleh kebijakan lain, misalnya food security atau menyediakan ketahanan pangan. Program-program lain yang untuk mendukung agar Indonesia itu kalau bisa tidak impor gitu ya Pak ya, tapi memanfaatkan potensi Indonesia sendiri khususnya untuk pangan ya. Di beberapa wilayah kan sudah ada ya Pak ya ditetapkan sebagai food estate seperti itu. Mungkin itu ya Pak yang bisa saya berikan.
Baik, demikian Pak Daniel.
Terima kasih.
Pak Bari, mungkin dari Neraca ada yang hendak ditanyakan kepada Ibu Dekan kami?
Kebetulan tadi udah
sesi. Oh sudah, ada sesi khusus tadi, sudah duluan. Chat-chat ya Pak.
Bu Dekan. Harapannya apa Bu dengan terselenggaranya acara ini? Karena tadi yang saya lihat hampir banyak mahasiswa yang ikut ya Bu ya. Harapannya apa Bu buat mahasiswa?
Ya, betul Mas Bari. Event ini diselenggarakan untuk melatih dan mengasah critical thinking mahasiswa, itu yang utama. Bagaimana mereka melihat fenomena yang ada dengan dihadirkan pembicara-pembicara ini, mengasah kemampuan kritis mereka untuk bagaimana mereka mengambil solusi atas permasalahan bangsa yang kompleks. Nah, dari sini nanti mereka akan tindak lanjuti dengan memberikan menulis kajian-kajian, banyak esai dan lain, dan ada beberapa peneliti ya yang mereka mereka sedang dalam tahap skripsi, mereka akan menulis skripsi yang akan harapannya mendapat banyak insight ya dari bahan kajian pada pagi hari ini, pada pagi sampai malam hari ini. Itu sih ya untuk meningkatkan daya pikir kritis dan bagaimana mereka mengambil keputusan, menyarankan solusi kepada pemerintah seperti itu.
Terima kasih Bu.
Ya.
Baik, demikian
sama-sama.
Ya Bapak, Ibu, professors, this conclude our press conference session. Terima kasih Pak Deden, Pak Bari, dan Pak Daniel, dan Ibu Dian Wicaksi selaku Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis atas kehadirannya dalam press conference kita sore hari ini. Pak Deden untuk jawaban tadi sudah saya chatkan, demikian juga kepada Pak Daniel. Pak Bari sedang saya ketik ya Pak, mohon izin. Baik, with this, our press conference session is already concluded. Again, thank you, Prof. Boye, Prof. Tulus, and Prof. Jomo for your kind participation. Langsung saja saya tutup, Bapak Ibu. Good evening, everybody. I wish you the best of health. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Bu Miguna.
Terima kasih,
Thank
Bu.
you,
Thank
Professor
you, Prof.
Boye.
Boye.
Goodbye.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Merci, Professor.
Goodbye and see you again next
Thank
time,
you,
Professor.
We
Thank
hope.
you. Thank you.
Good luck.
Kelihatan kita, Pak.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Udah ya, Liv ya.
Baik, Ibu. Saya masih mengetik untuk Pak Bari ini jawaban Ibu.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Terima kasih, Pak Daniel.
Pak Daniel.
Prof. Tulus.
Izin Bu Miguna.
Baik, Bapak.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih Bu.
Ya.
Terima kasih, Bu.